Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, the roots. Go to the roots, to the roots. Yeah, man, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. If you're new here, please make sure you like and subscribe to this channel. I want to welcome Belasti, Alexis, Fowler, KBM, and all the people that I haven't mentioned. Please make sure you like this video and share it, because we're going to be tackling very, very important topic here today. What are you going to learn about the foundational Black Ukrainian? I know most of you are thinking to yourself, Afridamus, what are you talking about? Are you trolling people whatsoever? I'm sure you guys have heard about, quote unquote, Vladimir Putin, the leader of Russia. They said he's invaded Ukraine. But you see, I am going to give you context, because you see, for people to get to the roots of the truth, it is very important to give context, give history, so that we'll be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. You see? So, Russia, Mother Russia, as they call it used to be called the Soviet Union, which Ukraine was a part of until 1990, the fall of the Soviet Union, when the Western world, the neo-globalist world order that we are in, which is the West, the propaganda that you are being fed, the people that it's coming from, because they told you Russia is the bad person. You should pick sides, right? But let me give you the real history here. The Russian people, these are Slavic people. They are not Westerners. They are different people from the people you call white people. They are like Asiatic people. But to you, the reason why people, I want you to understand, I would bring in color, because some of my viewers cannot understand things if you don't explain it in colors. That's what they can relate to. They don't know geopolitics. They don't know history of places. They just, culture or religion. So please pardon me. Let me explain this in colors as well, so that everybody that's watching can understand what we are talking about. So 1990, they had what they call the Minsk Accord, the Minsk Agreement, meaning they signed this agreement that the USSR, as it's breaking, there's many countries, Hungary, Croatia, Bulgaria, those countries, they used to be a part of the USSR, Latvia, Belarus, you name them, Slovakia, whole bunch of them. So they'd signed the Minsk Agreement, meaning Ukraine will be its own territory, but they would remain neutral. They will remain neutral, meaning NATO, the United, like the Europeans, their organization they have, NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty, right? So these people are on the side of the United States. Mind you, The United States is not in Europe. They are across the Atlantic. So now you would ask yourself, okay, wait. So why would the United States want to be involved across the Atlantic? Okay, the United States have traveled around the world in their media painting Russia as enemy number one. They threaten Russia. But now this agreement is Ukraine cannot join NATO. And everybody agreed. But now these globalists, they want to bring Ukraine into NATO. Why do they want to bring Ukraine? Why is Ukraine a hotbed, you would ask? Why? Why all of a sudden you guys are hearing about Ukraine out of the blue? Have you ever wondered what is in Ukraine? Why is the United States? It's not the United States. You have to be able to differentiate the globalists from the people of the United States themselves. You have to be able to separate these two, because you can have your agenda and hijack a country and its military as powerful as the United States to further your own agenda. And you would come to see that. So they said, oh, we are going to bring Ukraine into NATO. Now that would mean they are breaking this agreement. You guys have heard of the World War I and World War II, similar things, kind of, in World War II, Hitler broke the Treaty of Versailles, which they wanted Germany to pay reparation to France at the Treaty of Versailles. And this put a heavy burden on Germany. And Hitler is like, man, I'm giving you guys the middle finger. Guess what? I'm willing to fight militarily to win. And that's what he did. So now, when they had Barack Obama and Joe Biden, you guys remember those duos? When Obama used to be president? So they have a company called Burisma, oil company, in this area in Ukraine. They are into oil. Russia, believe it or not, is the one that supplies Europe with gas. Russia produces a whole lot of it. Okay? So the Bidens somehow are paid by some people in Ukraine. And in Ukraine is known for money laundering and a whole lot of shenanigans. So when the Obama-Biden duo first came, if you guys remember, they said all of a sudden, oh, Russia is going to attack Ukraine. You guys remember when Vladimir Putin took Crimea? I'm sure you guys have heard this. All he did was military operation, went into Crimea because what they want to do is, let me tell you what the United States want to do. They are encroaching on Russia. If they can get Ukraine part of NATO, that means they can put missiles, I'm talking nuclear missiles, pointed directly at Russia. It would only take 5 minutes to destroy their entire cities. Do you think Russia should accept this? Do you think the United States, how would they like it if Russia comes and set up shop in Mexico or Cuba? They are not going to like it. So, since Ukraine has puppet presidents that are installed, this man that you're seeing in my thumbnail, Zelensky, he was a comedian and an actor. Who knows if this guy is just still playing actor? Okay? So, the 4 years of Donald Trump, have you guys noticed? Nothing happened. See, when Vladimir Putin walked into Crimea, this happened during Obama's time. That was when they were trying to get Poland for them to put American troops in Poland. And many of you just like, oh, Putin is evil, but United States is across the ocean. But they want to be able to threaten Russia and have soldiers on Russia's doorstep. Do you think Russia would allow that to happen? They wouldn't allow that to happen. So Crimea, he went in, took over, and the people of Crimea voted in a referendum because they are ethnically Russians. They voted and they pulled out of, they said, we don't want to be part of Ukraine. We want to be part of Russia. So, talks happened and things were settled in. Trump comes in. You guys remember they accused Trump of being a Russian puppet. All turned out to be lies. That's a whole different topic. But there was fairly peace, stability, no problem. And then boom, we got the same group of people back again. And guess what started? Oh, Ukraine should be part of NATO. They started talking about the same issue again, the same group of people. But what they are doing, they're throwing stones and washing their hands. If you pay attention, during Trump's time, you weren't hearing this. This problem was there, but he did not play the game. But the true players of the game, that's who you are seeing. Okay? So Putin is like, hold up. You people are back, you're trying to threaten me with sanctions and everything. Those of you that are saying, oh, Putin is sanctioned, you don't know what you're talking about. Putin have counter for all this. He's been preparing for this. Right now, the military strategy he used, let me tell you, this quote-unquote invasion was over before it started. What you guys are seeing, those are just propaganda pictures. They're showing this beautiful woman with a gun talking. It turned out to be airsoft gun. Those of you who don't know, you don't know what military might is. You are all in your feelings. You just talk out of your ass because you don't know how warfare is fought. You don't understand how powerful Russia is. That's why you just opening your mouth and let anything out to show your ignorance. I don't think you understand Putin's military might. Look at right now what's happening. Ukraine, he surrounded it. He's using a system called the boa constrictor. Ukraine is surrounded. He only opened the western region, except the west. So he's allowing Ukrainian soldiers to surrender. Ukraine has two military. It is the private ones fighting. He freed most of these people. The operation started in the Donetsk region, which is in the east. He's already done what he's supposed to do, which is to capture these places. And these people are going to do referendum. They want to be part of Russia. But now, the Western media, are they telling you how this came about? They are not telling you. So now they want to feed you this word racism. As if, like, oh, Ukrainians, they told you several stories. The Ukrainian people, mind you, they're the ones getting bombed. Their country is who's getting invaded. These countries do not have blacks that are from there. If a black is there, they came there, they're pretty new as students. That's why they are there. But as usual, any story to get blacks, the FBA in America to join in, you have to make it about race to go capture their interest. Because you see, the FBA, they built their ideology and system in the summer when the sun was out, beautiful. And They built it on sand, not thinking about rainy days. Storms are going to come. See, if you study ants, when I was a kid, I used to study ants, and I watch how relentless they are. They work non-stop. If you try to block an ant, because they travel in line, they will just go around the blockade. They're not going to waste their time. So now we are in the storm, people. We are in the storm. So FBA realized they are built on sand. And now that sand have exploded. But also is based in race and victimhood. In this Ukraine war, because that's where the attention is now, what could they possibly get an attention from in this war in Russia? Russians have never enslaved or colonized any African country. No, this has nothing to do with, the foundational Black Ukrainians or the foundational Black Americans. But now they realize, oh, the attention is shifting. Let me tell you guys, people, you better wake up. The world, this war that you see has changed the world. As we are speaking, as we're currently speaking, they are talking in the UN Security Council. The New World Order is on its last leg. Russia is not going to put up with this. Pakistan, India, China, they are all on Russia's side. Billions of people. Billions of people. So I'm just telling you guys, those of you that bought into this woke, lies, this woke politics, this is it for you. This is it. Because you've been feeding yourself lies, 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 and now the big boys have kicked in the door. The big boys have kicked in the door. Bring your victimhood, crying, whining. They don't give a damn. They don't care. They don't care that your people got enslaved 5 million years. No. They've kicked in the door. So you better get your act together. So this FBA, they notice the writing is on the wall. The energy is sucked out of the room. What are we going to do? Some of them even made video. They're like, oh, our reparation, they're shaking. Because when all you are going to bring is entertainment and cheerleading, when war comes, you are irrelevant. You think Joe Biden cares about your entertainment? Joe Biden's ass is in the hot seat right now. Right now. But what did they do? If this is truly World War III, why would they rush to the media? They say, oh, it's racism. It's racism. So now FBA had to become, guess what? African again. They are now talking about anti-Black sentiments in Ukraine. Oh, the foundational Black Ukrainians are being discriminated against. Oh yeah, even though these poor Ukrainians are getting bombed, they are bombing them. But since we are so fragile, we crave victimhood. We would look for it across the pond. Even people who have less than us, people who are suffering more than us, we would still find a way to say they are oppressing us. Lucky, thank you for the $2 super chat. Afridamus, why are you not helping your people? We would get to that, Lucky. We will get to that here in a minute. Like Lucky said, there were a couple of them that wrote. And like I said, they have to find a way to enter this Eastern European issue. So they are thinking, massa, because their masters are in deep trouble right now. Deep trouble. They run up, massa, you in trouble, massa? You ain't been talking tough, oh. Because you see, Russia is not Iraq. Russia is not Afghanistan. The same group of people that went and invaded those places, Libya, they killed and destroyed millions of people's lives. They destroyed their country, all in the name of what? Democracy. And many of you idiots cheered that on. You supported murderers. You write on Twitter, you fly stupid flags. You guys are fools. The world can see that you're a hypocrite. They see you supporting murderers, people with blood on their hand. But yet, you want to come and say, you are, now Ukrainians are racist. Because the trap was, the media wanted to put this on Russia. Because there's a huge anti-Russian propaganda going on. They are hoping Russia would make it west. But no. All Russia want to do is not allow Ukraine to be a part of NATO. That's all. He's like, you're not going to bring those missiles to my doorstep. Just, move on. Don't come here. So in the midst of this chaos, everything that's going on, Ukrainians getting their homes bombed, moving, the only story that came out of this is how racist the Ukrainians are and the Polish, and how innocent and victim, because they're like FBI, they're like, they just woke up one day. Now nobody's talking about reparation. And they're like, what? They have FBU in Ukraine? Man, you guys should have seen. I've seen so many of them making videos. You see, Africans, you better be careful. I'm telling you, listening to these Western blacks, these guys, majority of them, as you can see, they don't have understanding of how the world works. They think Africa is a country. I've seen many of them running around talking, I want to save the Africans, the blacks in Ukraine. Oh, the Africans called on us to come save them. One rapper even is saying, a rapper, entertainer, in the time of war, he said he wants to help them because he thinks he got money. You don't think those people there on the ground have enough money to get themselves out? But so oblivious to reality. This is why some of you, especially second generation, I see you listening to these Western blacks. You will find yourself in the bottom of the ocean if you are not careful. These people have no clue. Of course, not all, but they have no clue what they are talking about. Your condition and their condition is completely different. They are telling you first world problems. They live in America. It's a first world. So they get American privilege with that passport. Think about it. Even the people like us that are naturalized, we get the privilege, the American passport privilege. This is why I don't lie to you. I don't come here and pretend to say I'm embracing, fake trauma, victimhood. Because if I'm coming here telling you about racism, wouldn't you think I'm foolish? You would say, if America is so racist, it's not your country, why don't you leave? Because personal accountability doesn't exist. This is in America especially. You listen to how these Western blacks talk. If you follow in that footstep, your life would be over. So this is why I make no qualms. I don't look in anybody's eyes when I'm speaking the truth, because I want you to understand what has been done here. They can afford to delude themselves, but you cannot. Your passport is not as valuable as theirs. That's why they can afford to delude themselves. You think if these quote unquote FBA people were there in that crowd, their skin can be as dark as the ace of spades. But let them pull out that American passport and see if you would be treated the same as them. And see if they would say, oh, here is the blacks. No, that's not what's going to happen. Their passport would give them leverage over even those Ukrainians if you are not careful. So I'm just trying to get you to understand. But also, I'm going to play clips. I'll show you the news that has been given to FBA about the FBUs. But before we get into that, I would like to play a couple of short clips also to show, since, I'm going to show African countries, some of them that took initiative right away, and also maybe the ones that are being accused, maybe some miscommunication. Maybe we can show that here too. But we've seen some African countries, such as South Africa, their representative. Isn't it ironic, people, how South Africans also are stuck there? Now they're crying, they're crying racism. This is unforgivable. They're even at the UN complaining. I said, South Africa. Wait a minute, in my Nigerian accent. South Africa is crying foul inside the Ukraine. They did not put the tire over your head and burn you. Nobody touched you. Look at us in Nigeria, in South Africa, just last week. They put one in tire and burned them. But madam, we did not see you go to the United Nations and complain. Oh, we the Niger people, we did not see you do this. But now look at us all. They are standing at the train station looking at each other. Madam, where are you from? Oh? South Africa. Hey, Nawa. These white people, hey, these white people, and the South African is like, ma'am, where are you trying to go? Hey, I've been trying to enter Poland for 3 years. Now this will give me opportunity to apply for refugee status so I can make it to Germany. But these police people, they already know. They know. Let us find out. In the meantime, FBA, some of them are pretty happy. Hey, y'all Africans, man, why don't y'all go save y'all people? I'm like, I'm not from all over Africa. What you talking about? Oh, y'all, okay, let me show you how Africans, what they did. The Africans that have people there, let's see what they did. Because some of you are writing to me, why don't you go save your people? Here's what you do. I have communicated with some foundational Black Ukrainians. They said right now they need funds. Since you people have called me to the task, please make sure you donate here so that I can have the ability to save my people in Ukraine. Okay? Please, by all means, make sure you hit that Cash App or the Super Chat, whichever is more convenient for you. Lucky, thank you. Lucky said, I'm super happy, y'all crying. Lucky said, you see, Lucky is showing his excitement. He's one of the FBAs that is like, look, I see some of these Africans crying just like we cry here. So we can relate to that. But let's find out if they relate to, Heroism. Heroism. I'm about to show you guys what one of my favorite countries in West Africa, what they did, how competent they are. This is what I like about this country that I'm about to play. They are a no-nonsense. They love their people, and they are very unapologetic about it. Say what you want about them. You think they allow their people to be subjected to, white Western propaganda of trying to shame the Slavic people for fabricated racism? Because you see, everything now is racist. Everything. So let me do the disclaimer before we enter this video here. So it will be safe for me to refer to these countries by their official names, right? So let's see which country did not leave their people hanging. Let's see which country is this. Maybe it is the Republic of FBA. Maybe the Republic of FBA sent planes for the FBUs. Let's find out.
African country to evacuate its citizens fleeing the conflict in Ukraine following Russia's invasion. The first group of 17 students arrived on Tuesday morning at Kotoka International Airport in the capital, Accra. Ghana's foreign ministry had earlier said some 460 students were en route to Poland, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. They are expected to return home in the coming days. The total number of Ghanaians living in Ukraine is unknown, and the government is currently meeting parents and guardians to document all students in the country. But it is estimated that more than 1,000 Ghanaian nationals are currently studying or working in Ukraine.
All right. You guys see that. Ghana went and pulled out their people. So you are not going to see FBAs relate to this. Because, of course, hey, African country, you think white people are the ones that look down on African country? No. These quote-unquote Western blacks, majority look down on Africa. They don't think African countries have these capabilities. So you see here, Ghana did not beg anyone, right? So you guys can tell that young thug to go chill. So they changed this FBA. Obviously, there is no way they can infuse themselves into this, right? You would think it's not possible. Let me prove you wrong here. Let me prove you wrong.
There are racist.
So this guy is a guy with the mustache. He's a FBA person. This is the news that he is spreading, and this is what most of them are spreading. So they are bringing racism into this. This has nothing to do with them, mind you. Absolutely nothing. But they would find a way to spread lies. Watch.
Ukrainians. So let me do it this way, because I think people will blur the lines. I'm anti-war, but as my grandmother would say, I got plenty of walking around sense. What Putin is doing in Ukraine is wrong. It's morally wrong.
So what Putin is doing is wrong. So that's the way a liar sets up conversation. Let's see if this man knows the history of that area, if he's going to give it to you. Okay, let's find out.
Wrong. What some Ukrainians are doing to black people inside of their country is wrong as well and racist as hell. Now, reporters who are...
Did you guys catch that? What Ukrainians are doing to black people is wrong as well. He did not tell us what Ukrainians are doing to black people. You guys thought when I put foundational black Ukrainians, some of you thought I'm trolling. You guys don't understand, you know, what I'm showing you here. Because this is what, you know, like black in America, this is what they feed off of, attention. There's no way they would allow this news cycle to go without, some would say, hold your nuts, even though they are not called. Oh, we're not going to help you. As you can see, Ghana, whose help do they need? No one. They pull their students out. No problem. But now you've got people saying, oh, you're all Africans. But people are from different countries. And these countries have governments. And the governments are going to do what they're supposed to do. Their job. So that's why we have to allow the people who are from those places speak. Let us hear them, what they think. But you say, oh, I'm black because, you know, they're black. You know, this is what would happen. How do you know? You're not in Ukraine. You don't live there. How do you know this? This is the first time you've heard of Ukraine. Now, all of a sudden, you know everything about Ukraine. Now, Ukrainians are racist, even though they're the ones getting bombed. They got time to be racist. Are you kidding me? But let's go.
Reporting on this are also showing their extreme racism in how they contextualize European countries. And I'm going to break all of this down in real time. Let me take you to the first video.
Now with the Russians marching in, it's changed the calculus entirely. Tens of thousands of people have tried to flee the city. There will be many more. People are hiding out in bomb shelters. But this isn't a place, with all due respect, you know, like Iraq or Afghanistan, that has seen conflict raging for decades. You know, this is a relatively civilized, relatively European, I have to choose those words carefully too, city where you wouldn't expect that or hope that it's going to happen. So it's partly human nature, but they are not in denial.
Me, I'm sorry. It's very emotional for me because I see European people with blue eyes and blonde hair being killed, children being killed every day with Putin's missiles and his helicopters and his rockets.
And so, of course, I understand and respect the emotion. What you are outlining there is this tension between longer-term efforts to apply pressure to Vladimir Putin, such as financial sanctions, and the very immediate military threat which you're experiencing.
Just to put it bluntly, these are not refugees.
So, mind you, this is the everything that's going on, right? This is what the Western media, this is what they have time for. And who are the perfect people to be the vehicle to spread the propaganda? Yes, you guessed it. Because they're not going to check it out. You have to say the magic word, racism. Remember last week it was all against the Africans, the tethers. This week, some of them have taken the African card because they think now that, you know, the victimhood had swing over there. You see some of them, how gleeful they are about what some of the videos they saw. But you should go see videos of what is happening to Iraqis and those Afghani people at those borders. Those people are getting beat. They are getting tear gassed on. You didn't see that happen to any of the blacks. But somehow the same Africans they hate so much and talk smack about throughout, now all of a sudden, some of them pretend to care. How funny. But enjoy it, because I am too.
From Syria, these are refugees from neighboring Ukraine. I mean, that, quite frankly, is part of it. These are Christians, they're white, they're very similar to.
So the black commentator he's black, FBA, right? This is white people problem. He's going to have problem with white people describing their own people, their own territory, what is happening, infusing himself in the problem. This has absolutely nothing to do with him. Absolutely nothing.
People who live in Congo.
Now the unthinkable has happened to them. And this is not a developing third world nation. This is Europe.
This is Europe.
But it is Europe. So watch how this man who said he's a doctor, let's hear the problem he has with the facts.
These are good Christian white people. I mean, they're civilized, as the first reporter said. It's not like Morocco.
So first of all, you notice, to the rest of the world, right, that watch the internet, what is black people in America presenting themselves to be now? They've become those people who come on the internet and mock other people's misfortune. Shamelessly. A person who claims his history is trauma. These people are getting bombed. All he can see is color. Color. Taking delight in other people's, trauma and destruction. I know it's sick, but it's happening. You're seeing it. It is sad to watch, but you won't see this unless you can, see that it is a spirit, an evil spirit that is being displayed. Don't just focus on what you're seeing in front of you. Look at the behavior. Listen to the thought process. But let's allow our doctor to tell us.
These aren't refugees from Syria. They should be ashamed of themselves. They are human beings. Bias, prejudice, systemic racism on display in international journalism, and you just saw it. Remember, one lady said, they're white Christians.
So mind you, right? Ukraine is not Western Europe. They are poor compared to, the type of white people this Dr. Rashad is familiar with. Mind you, black people live in America. It's a first world country. You cannot compare it to Ukraine. Ukraine would be fairly poor compared to America. So here's a guy who lives in a first world country. In a first world country, still fighting to be a victim compared to people that live in a poorer country than he is, and they are getting bombed on top of that. He's looking for ways. The Victim Olympics. But he's pretending like, oh, they are all people. He's just telling a story that didn't take place. But we would meet the same people he is describing. We would allow them to tell us their experience.
As if somehow their lives, because they happen to be white or belong to a particular religious category, their lives are much more sophisticated and valuable than those who are not. Now, they may not see it that way because their bias could likely be implicit. I don't give a damn which one it is. The impact of it is the same. The impact.
He's giving you a bunch of word salads that have no meanings behind them. Maybe it's implicit. That's that communist talk. Maybe they're biased. So Ukraine people who are getting bombed, their focus is blacks. Wow.
Of hyper-aggressive bias and implicit bias is the same for the person on the other side of the bias. Those were just a few clips. Let me give you some more background. All right? Cities under siege across the Ukraine are home to tens and thousands of African students studying medicine, engineering, and military affairs. Morocco, Nigeria, and Egypt are among the top 10 countries with foreign students in Ukraine.
Have you noticed? We haven't heard anything about Moroccans, the Egyptians, the Indians. You know, there's tons of other nationalities. But I'm surprised he even counted the Egypt and Morocco. Maybe the number is too large that he cannot skip it. Because remember, most of them they don't count the North Africans as black. And rightfully so, they are not black, but they're Africans. So they are destroying their own narrative. Because if we're going with the skin color, the Egyptians and the Moroccans are not black. So let's see where he's taking us.
Together supplying over 16,000 students, according to the education ministry. Thousands of Indian students are also trying to flee. What was meant to be a cheaper alternative to studying in Western Europe or the United States has turned overnight into a war zone.
So what was meant to be a cheaper alternative to studying in Western Europe or United States, Ukraine is not a Western European country. Did you see what he did there? Putting you to sleep. He's trying directly to make this like he's painting Germany. He's painting German people's picture in your head. German, people from Switzerland, these richer countries. And then he said the United States. What's this have to do? These people right now in that country, what do they have to do with what this man is trying to convey if he's not lying? Well, let's go.
As Russian tanks, planes, and ships launched the biggest European invasion of another nation since World War II. With flights grounded, African governments thousands of miles away are struggling to support their students. The students.
Did you see another lie? So I've shown you guys video of Ghana pulling out the students, right? There's video of Zambians talking to their president circulating. Even as of right now, Nigeria have pulled out plenty of students. But ask yourself, what is it about? How is this beneficial to us in Africa? For people to pretend and say, we're black, we're all the same, but they sit on television sets in the West to try to paint you as nothing but a victim. Somebody can just pounce on. We're helpless. How is this helping Africans? It's a scam. You can't associate yourself to this. Look at how they're trying to use other people's misfortune to help themselves with it. Sick.
Reuters spoke to said they have had no help from home. I'm going to give you more to this. Now, we have video, we have seen images of Ukrainians stopping black travelers from getting on trains, stopping their movement in favor of whites.
So it's a war. They're bombing the place. So Ukrainians are allowing Ukrainians to board the train first. Mind you, this is their people, right? Ghana came and got their people. They know they are responsible for them. So what he's trying to say to you and I, that it makes sense for Ukrainians to put people in front of their own people just because, just because. So you are holding people to a standard that you don't live by. These people are sick, man.
We have seen this. We have also seen the Twitter feeds of individuals who are giving us updates as they come. This is racist. Now, here's what's going to happen. You see, Putin is well aware that the international community is against what he's doing, by and large, okay? Obviously, there's some exception.
So obviously, you can tell it's scripted. They are using the blackface because this man obviously said he's a doctor, but he's a dummy. He put his face behind the lie that's supposed to be spread. So he's like, hey, how can we bring blacks on board? So look at what they are using to bring blacks on board. Racism. They say that's what they are familiar with. They will jump on it and it didn't fail. I know it's TYT, not the people. That's why I'm explaining, because people are buying it and they are repeating it. So therefore, we have to break it down in that context. So he delivered the racist part, but now he's going to also deliver the propaganda to make it seem like Putin is evil and he's losing, which is also a complete lie.
He's going to use this against Ukraine, and it will continue to be a public relations nightmare. It's a war inside of a war. The race dynamic or the racial injustice is the war that has already been there before this war started, because racism.
Did you guys hear this? There was already racism. The war is about racism. Did you guys honestly believe this? Let's see. Mimi said, Afridamas, I disagree with you. All the African countries pull out real quick, but there are some African that don't want to go back. Mimi, then what are you there to disagree with me? I didn't say anything about this. You just formulated an argument in your own head. I didn't say that. If you missed the beginning, I've made it clear how some are using this as an opportunity, Mimi. Don't accuse me.
It's a global dynamic, not simply contextualized through the American experience. And if the leadership of Ukraine, if they don't step up and denounce what Ukrainians are doing, you will see other nations, especially those connected to Africa, they will start not supporting the Ukraine fight against Russia.
This is the type of news they deliver to quote unquote black people confidently. Like, I know you guys are gonna think this is a satire or joke. This is real. Yes, EA, you're right. It's one of those left-wing news. But the reason why I'm using this as an example, because this is the same thing many people on the internet, those who are cheering, thinking this happened to all Africans, and those who have the African hate are excited, and you have others who look for opportunity to jump on. Those also are saying the same thing. Yeah, he made this as a race thing. Despite the history that I gave you, these people don't have race issues in their countries. They are literally, they don't have the differences like they do here. But yeah, he's really making it about that.
That will happen. There's more. Here are some stories shared across Twitter. Stephanie Haggerty said, a Nigerian medical student at Poland-Ukraine border told me she has been waiting 7 hours to cross. She says border guards are stopping black people and sending them to the back of the queue, saying they have to let Ukrainians through first.
So they are letting Ukrainians through first, which is true, right? Which makes sense. Poland should be letting the Ukrainians in first. But Poland is not the only country that borders, Ukraine. And Amilcar, you're right. They have plenty of neo-Nazis in Ukraine. I know this. But what's this? Mind you, this is their country. There are neo-Nazis there. Okay? Their Nazism, from the time it was formed, their target is not blacks. I'm sure they come across some blacks. They would do stuff, but it's not racism against other blacks. These people have their own kind of wars and fights amongst each other. It has nothing to do with blacks, to be quite honest. The blacks that come there are no threat to these people. They are just students. That's all.
Dr. Alakija, black Africans are being treated with racism and contempt in Ukraine and Poland. We cannot ask African nations to stand in solidarity with them if they do not.
Yeah, from Dr. Alakija from Twitter. Yes, she is going to be the one African countries will take the cue from. Okay.
Display basic respect for us, even in a time of war. Ignored in a pandemic and left to die in a war, unacceptable. Now let's get back to some of the coverage, all right? The racist coverage that you just saw.
It's Detroit to Africa Radio. Not all of us consider ourselves as FBA. I like to be called Black American, African American. Oh yeah, of course, I know. That's why I said FBA mentality. Different segment, I totally get that. But let's hear more of this guy before we get to the actual people he's trying to victimize here.
CBS News senior foreign correspondent Charlie D. Agata apologized Saturday, saying for suggesting the war in Ukraine is particularly shocking because the country is relatively civilized and European compared to Iraq and Afghanistan. His characterization was among a flurry of similar commentary in the media that critics have slammed as racist and in some cases historically inaccurate.
So everything, you guys see how this word is overused. Everything is racist. So European nations are more developed than, Ukraine is definitely more developed than Iraq, right? These are facts. But so pointing that fact out is now racist. Again, this man is all the way in America. He's not Ukrainian. They have nothing to do with this. But somehow they are trying to find a way to tarnish these people's image. For what? Who knows?
Let me tell you one case where it's historically inaccurate. My first PhD, finished in 2016, talks about the warfare that has been waged across this globe in the
which he just lied about. I saw a video of this man not that long ago, way before, like way past 2016, he out of his own mouth saying this man doesn't have a PhD. Not that that matters, but if this man can deliberately lie on TV, I'm just pointing that out. Why is he lying?
the name of religion. The number one colonizers and the number one catalyst for warfare are white people, white nations. That's not my opinion.
Ukraine never colonized any place. Russia have never colonized any African countries. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They just are around their own territory doing their own thing. But he is going to try to paint them as colonizers just because of skin color. You guys see why I said the skin color thing is stupid? So literally you're walking around like an animal and just painting people as the same all across. Ukraine, who did Ukraine colonize? Or Russia? Name these African countries. I'm waiting.
That is a fact. And you can find all of my research. You can go to Google Scholars, Amazon, it's all published. All right. So that's one inaccuracy for sure, that somehow white nations are just too civilized for warfare.
Okay, so you guys that wanted to see the connection, how FBA came into this. They found a way, they heard the word racism. Some came there like they're happy to see that. Africans, quote unquote, got their wake up call. Africans don't know white people. We got to teach them about white people. This is what some of them are excited about. So, but we would play the Africans here and see and let them tell us what they think. But before that, we'll start with our opening music, sound here, and then we'll get to that.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my swole up. Hard body, they fold up. Shawty say I done glowed up. Double text on my phone up. Fuck with your boy, I'm the man of the year. I'm not a fan of your peers. Serve him with fate, I'ma hand him the shears. He
All right. Now let's hear from the people who are being painted. Because when I heard it, I thought, this foundational Black Ukrainians, were getting dragged in the snow over there. They unleashed dogs on them, biting them, and they're like, hey, look here, you Black SOB. Why don't you get back in the back of the train right there? I thought that was what was going on, right? But let's hear what these people experience. They are over there, right? They are there right now. So they can give us their firsthand experience.
Of course, it's just a lot of things going.
So by the way, I want people to understand. Let's make distinction between Nigerian citizens and the government. Okay? Because I've seen some excited, oh, look at what happened to the Nigerians. Before we start, I gotta say, when you watch this, it's commendable. The Nigerians, they conducted themselves with respect. You see, the things that they're trying to paint them as, I didn't see that here. I've seen a couple of women who are hysterical, saying, oh, we're being picked on. You know how some of these women get. It is always some loudmouth Nigerian woman that come there and make everybody look bad. So we cannot take their loudness for all of Nigerians. This is why I went straight to a Nigerian outlet. Because you see, the Nigerians are not over it. They're not begging for help from anybody. You see, they are dealing with their government. They are coordinating things. They are not pointing fingers. They are taking personal responsibility. Some might say the government, whatever, but personal accountability is very important. And I want all of you to watch this dynamic and see if this is the same as, the Dr. Rashad FBA victim narrative. Let's hear this out.
And especially with you guys over there, in Ukraine. But let's understand what's your name and where are you joining this call from?
Oh, my name is Isaac, and I'm joining from Kyiv, Irpin Oblast.
Okay, what's the situation? I mean, obviously we can see that we can't see you very well. So where exactly are you at the moment?
Okay, so right now, in the house where we live, I was initially at the basement, but we have a lot of people there, so I had to excuse myself and just to make this call. But I was asked by the house manager to switch off the lights because we are hearing that the Russian troops are already here. So we don't want to draw any attention right now. So that's it.
Oh, okay, so did you try making your way out of Kiev before
Hello?
you got up? I can hear you. Did you try making your way out of Kiev? And what was the situation when you tried, if indeed you
Oh yes, I did try it several times leaving Kiev, but to no avail. Where I am right now, there is no way I can order a taxi, and there is no bus. There's no movement at all. So I and my friends have been trying to see to make way, but it's impossible. We've not been able to leave where we are right now. So we've been here since yesterday.
All right, so like you said, it's you and your friends. How many of you Nigerians are in the building as we speak?
Yeah, we are 7 at the moment. 7 of us.
Okay, have you been able to contact other people, maybe your friends who don't live in the house, maybe neighbors or something like that?
We do have just the 7 Nigerians here. The 7 of us, we are living here. This is where we live. And then we have Ukrainians as well.
So the Nigerians, right? You guys are hearing Nigerian man directly from Ukraine. So all that story saying, oh, look at how, destitute the Africans are. They got their wake-up call. They're calling for us to come help them. Racism. We haven't heard that yet. It looks like they are in the same predicament with the fellow Ukrainians, and 7 of them, they're around each other, right? So he's taking personal accountability. The people who they are talking about, look at how they are responding to this. They're the ones in the line of fire. This type of news is very dangerous. When you pretend to relate to, like you're relating to a certain group of people just to spread propaganda to make yourself feel good, while these people are in a war zone to pretend you're their relative, you're putting their lives in danger. These people are not even claiming what you're claiming. But let's continue.
So we have Ukrainians who joined us yesterday.
All right, so we've been hearing, we've also been having reports of the fact that people get to the border and then they're turned back. Did you experience any of such?
I have friends. I have friends, and I'm keeping in touch with some of them who have been to Lviv and they are heading towards the border. But I've not been able to contact any to know if they've been if they are in Poland right now, because what we are hearing is that when they get to the border, you have to submit your passport and then you'll be allowed to stay in for 15 days.
So you guys see how that completely contradicts this idea. Oh, the Africans were not being allowed. This man is over there. You see him, he's in the dark, hiding. Okay, because they said all lights need to be turned off, because they don't want some of that Russian smoke coming through, which is smart. So you get to the border in Poland. Okay, technically you're illegal in Poland. Polish are they are taking in the people that look like them, the people that they share the same culture with, the people that they share the same language as. So Poland is not just some banana republic you can just walk into. Yes, they take their passport. 15 days later, you can leave, which makes sense. But now, you guys see how that's different from the story that is being spread out there? They jumped on that fast. Nothing positive. They're not spreading positive message. They just want to keep people in darkness and anger. Let's hear. This man is talking straight from Kiev. That's the capital of Ukraine. For some of you who don't know that, Kiev, you might think it's a new type of sandwich, but it's not. It's the name of a place.
And then after 15 days, you will have to return. So probably after now, I'll try to get in touch with some of my colleagues and friends to see if they have been able to enter Poland successfully.
All right. We also had reports of racial profiling. Did any of that happen to you?
Oh no, I did not experience such.
Did you guys hear the man? I like how the Nigerian man asked direct question. He said, we've heard reports of racial profiling. Have you experienced such? He said, no, absolutely no. I think I'll say it in Ukraine language, niete, meaning no. These are the people, this man is right there. Right there. He hasn't experienced it. He didn't see it happen. But you that's over here, oh man, the Africans got their wake-up call. We've been telling them about these white people. Sir, this is in Ukraine. What is Ukraine? Well, you just accused them of being racist. Yes, they are racist, but you don't even know where Ukraine is. You've never even heard of Ukraine. Yeah, man, you know what? In Ukraine, I heard they've been lynching those the blacks over there, the foundation of black Ukrainians. They're lynching them. Amazing.
Oh, okay, but did you get any reports, or did anybody mention that to you?
No, I didn't hear anything like that.
Okay, so again, let me just hold you there for a bit. We have other people joining the conversation at the moment. Again, this is a live channels television chat with Nigerians.
And some of these Africans and black people that act all outraged, I'm like, oh, you want to hold people to a standard that you don't even practice with your own people. You want people to treat you better than you even treat yourself. You see? Come on. It makes absolute sense for Ukrainians to be the first ones on the train. I know you don't want to hear that, but it is the truth. Your government should have came and got you just like the Ghanaians. This is why we're not seeing videos of Ghanaians. So those people that want to make those videos crying racism, they should be ashamed of themselves. You are in another man's country. You don't want to even put your life on the line. You want them to treat you better than you even treat yourself. Your own government has abandoned you. You see? This is crazy. MS Delta, welcome to the show. MS Delta said, Afridamus, you're caping for Ukrainian Zadi. You don't believe the videos, the African students. Well, I'm talking about it. You see? MS Delta have already made themselves, the children of the Slavic people in Ukraine. I'm telling you, FBA, they cannot help themselves. As long as the skin is pale, they see that person as daddy, as over them. You guys thought I was making this up. Yeah, it's like, yeah, now Ukrainians are now white zaddy. Can you believe this? This is what we are hearing. But MS Delta, thank you for the $5. You know what, MS Delta, you should be donating today because I'm still keeping FBA in the minds of the people because you guys have taken a huge fall. Ever since the foundational black Ukrainians came with their problem, you guys got wiped off the map. So you guys should be thanking me, bringing your talking points to make you happy. So let's continue.
Abroad, some in Ukraine, some in Poland, and also some in Nigeria. We have Dr. Victor Vamishaye, he's joining us from Abuja. We have Dr. Tade Omotosho, he's joining us from Poland, and Timothy Adegbile, who is joining us from Kyiv. Timothy, let's get to hear your own experience. Again, just give us a background. What have you experienced so far since all of this brouhaha has started?
Okay, can you hear me very well?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. So, I'm currently in Lviv right now. I'm based in Lviv.
All right. Somebody said that's because that other man wasn't on the train. Fine. Now, here is a man in Lviv, that is in Poland, Lviv. I know some of you, this sounds like beef to you, but it's not a sandwich. Again, this is the name of a place. It just sounds like a sandwich, but it isn't. Okay? So this man is about to tell us what is going on. He is over there, in Lviv, in Poland. Let's let him tell us.
And the situation in Ukraine has been quite tense and very tough, especially from people coming from the eastern axis and southern axis. We in the west and the western cities like Lviv, Ternopil, and Uzhgorod, they've been kind of relatively calm. But because of the traffic of people coming into, it's been
Belasti, you caught that. Good. So mind you guys, this war is so tense. This man had the time to put up a green screen. Can you believe that? Yeah. That's how this is Third World War. Isn't that what they're telling you? But in Third World War, all they're telling you about is, racism. These are the foundational Black Ukrainians that are here talking to you directly. They have not complained about racism yet. But I'll let you guys hear from the man himself. Let him tell us.
a bit like frantic. Currently now, students and Nigerians are trying to make their way out of Lviv through the Polish border. But there are several points of crossing, but they are not really letting the Nigerians leave through all the points. Currently, there's only 1 point out of those 7 that...
You see? Which makes sense. Poland has to control their border. It's war, right? They can't just leave the border, people going in and out like this is just a banana republic. You see, this man has sense. He is telling us something that we needed to know. MS Delta, thank you, said, okay, Afridamus, I understand. I do understand putting Ukrainian women and children first on train. Exactly. You see, MS Delta, I knew you would understand. I mean, think about it. You guys are having crisis. You're going to put your own women and children on for them to go on to safety first. It's just common sense, common sense.
Is still allowing people to live. That's one challenge. So people that have gone to other points, and you know how far the border is. So they went there and they trekked for maybe 1 hour, 2 hours on getting to the border. Now they could not enter. They could not pass through. So now they're basically like stranded and have to walk back to civilization. And now,
so these people are they didn't let them enter, but think about it. Poland knows that there's plenty of Nigerians that like to come to Poland. In fact, there's like entire visa program where people would go take these visas to enter Poland. If you cannot enter Poland, you can come to Ukraine and eventually walk your way into Germany. The Polish know this. So if you do not have like a Schengen visa, meaning having a visa to enter Western Europe, of course, they're not going to let you through. This is the part, they are living out. They will not let you through. But this man, he's also going to give us more insight on what should be done because he's in Lviv. So let's go.
The issue is that they can't get vehicles to take them back to the city or take them to another border crossing. So it's quite tough and it's quite challenging. And some people have been able to beg good Samaritans to help. But imagine you are in a group of 20. You cannot really get vehicles to take 20 people. So, and you won't want to leave some people behind. And so it's been very tough for them. We have some students and some foreigners that have been able to actually cross to Poland. And they are also waiting to be taken to the airport and also to be processed. But most of the people...
Look, Amilcar, Romania and Hungary is not hot destination for Africans. They want to enter Poland. That's what they want to do. Let's not sit here and pretend like we don't know what is going on. We know what's going on. I'm pretty sure not every Ghanaian took that Ghanaian government's offer. There is some that are looking to continue their journey for the West. Okay? So let's just lay it all out and stop pretending. See, I was here talking about how FBA is being misled, but we also have to let FBA also know that some people are looking forward to continuing their journey. So it's possible they refuse to take that plane, that offer, you see? Because, you know, Africans do this quite a bit. And you guys remember, again, it's dawned on me, I just remember. You guys remember the Chinese virus? Again, who did we see on the streets of China? Nigerians again. So Nigerians are everywhere. It seems like they seem to find themselves in this crisis. They should have mastered this by now, you see? But giving it to them, they're here coordinating, trying to make stuff happen. But you would think by this time, they would have mastered this because they are all over the place, everywhere. You see? They're everywhere. So let's not forget that as well. We looked at all the other African countries. Look, the man that is telling me, Afridamus, oh, go help your people, the Gambian people. Look, our people acted swiftly. This is why you didn't even hear anything about Gambia. Before Putin landed in that country, we pulled out all our people. You see? So those people that are saying, Afridamus, why don't you help your people? No, my people are out. They are out. The ones that don't want to be out, the ones that want to continue, good luck to you, my brother. I hope you make it to Warsaw. But do not cry racism or foul, because you chose not to head back to Africa. What most of this FBA don't understand, they think they know white people more than Africans, but they use fear. Africans have been going to Europe for ages. Africans go to places where they don't even speak the language, for i.e. Ukraine, because Africans are not looking at skin color being scared. They don't see themselves as victim. This is why I want you guys to hear the Africans tell you. It is the official, like the South African official who tried to cry victim and foul. I was like, you know, this South African need to be called out. That's pure hypocrisy. Pure hypocrisy. But we will get to that here too, because the South African officials are trying to cry foul now. Are South African officials also addicted to victimhood? Is that what I'm seeing? But let's continue.
Didn't want to leave yesterday night. Like now, for example, someone left around maybe 8 p.m. and the person arrived at 6 a.m. They literally walked throughout the whole night just because of the fact that there was huge traffic. So they walked for about 15 kilometers.
My friend, that is called exercise. I don't know why these people, we walk few. It's called exercise, okay? Come on. Like, it's called exercise. You should be thankful that your feet are strong enough to carry you. Have you ever heard this song? Lord, give me strength to face another day. Give me a long life road to carry on my load. Give me strength, oh Jah, to carry on. Oh, my Lord. It's exercise. You should be thankful your feet are able to carry you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me tell this story here, how my feet carry me in America. When I came to America, like people say, pull yourself by your bootstrap. Your feet. Sir, if you were in my position where, see, I didn't even have a foot. I had to grow my foot, okay? I had to grow a foot. much more to take something to put it on my foot and find my bootstrap and pull myself. So I started way below you. No foot, grew foot, find the shoes and the shoelace. And here we are. But let's let this foundational Ukrainian continue to tell us.
And on getting there, they had to wait for extra 2 hours on getting there before they could enter and before they could pass through. So in the city, the situation is calm, actually. There is no shelling going on in Lviv right now. Everything is calm. There are all the amenities are working. There's food in the stores. You can like go by. But if you're coming from a different city, it's going to be tougher because there aren't places to stay. Hotels, hostels, like accommodations have been booked. So it's basically like.
So did you guys hear this? These people can even book hotels and hostels. You see? So, but Dr. Rashad said, that's messed up that they said Ukraine is not like Iraq. Do you guys think, what do you think would have happened to these African students when those bombs started blasting in Iraq? You think they'll be able to rent places? You guys talk about racism. You don't know racism. Seriously. You don't know racism because it doesn't exist. It's made up. As Dr. Rashad have proven to us here. MS Delta, thank you. He said, Afridamus need singing lesson. Come on, man. You know that song was good. Thank you.
Once you come, you have to go to the border. And now the border is congested and the border is not letting people pass like very freely. So that's quite frantic. So now the advice to some people in cities that are safe is that they should remain for a while. Let the decongestion happen and they should also still come. But if you don't have any choice, you can still come around. But also like the Nigerian community has been rallying around and trying to see how we can help, how we can relocate.
So the Nigerians are rallying around each other, trying to see how they can help themselves. These are the type of things I like to hear. You see, always people saying, oh, the government have to do something. It is the government. This is where I ask the question. Where is the personal initiative? The personal initiative where people take responsibility for themselves. Why do you want to wait? So I commend these Nigerians for not waiting around for Mr. Buhari. Okay? Mr. Buhari and whoever he put in charge. But to be fair to the Nigerians, their government, they did tell people to leave. I stumbled upon that. They did, in fact, tell their people to leave. Ask yourself, how come these people are not heading to Slovakia? Everybody wants to go to Poland because Poland is closer to guess where? Germany. And you know, many of these Nigerians are trying to enter Germany. The way they even say Germany, they have their own way of calling Germany. They call it Germany. In Germany. Nothing wrong with that. So Africans understand that it's a cat and mouse game. So these people are not complaining. And I respect that. They are not. They are like, hey, we understand. Some are going to try to continue their journey. If they stop us, it doesn't mean they're racist. They just know we don't have the visa to continue. And we will try again. Plain and simple.
People how we can provide advice but there's so much we can do from this side. We also need help from the other side. And okay, there have been some helps. Like the Nigerians in Poland have actually been very helpful. But
did you guys hear that? Nigerians in Poland have been very helpful. They didn't say FBA. It was the Nigerians helping the foundational Black Ukrainians. Did you guys hear this? So that young thought that I want to help the Africans there. These are not Africans. These are foundational Black Ukrainians, aka Nigerians. Because you see, every time there's a crisis, there is Africans and there is Nigerians. Because Nigerians, they have their own thing going on. You see? Yes, say what you want about them. They're not calling to other people to come help them. They are calling onto their own government. Their own government. That's who they are calling onto. I'm gonna drop the link here. I don't want people to stick around. Come on in. Whatever you disagree with, I would like you to come let me know. Make it quick, and please make sure it's based in facts. So don't come here if this is your first time hearing about Ukraine. Okay? If this is your first time, just kick back and learn. Okay.
Not really gotten like official assistance from like the Nigerian Commission in Poland and also the embassy in Kiev. They have not been.
All right. We have somebody here. Let's see. Think before you type. Welcome to the show. Think before you type. Do you think? Are you sitting there thinking, you know what, Afridamus, you are ridiculous. Why do you have to, why do you have to make it seem like FBA is not helping these people by talking about them? Or you are here minimizing the racism? Go ahead.
All right. You can hear me now, right?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Oh man, this is messed up because I'm working in a few minutes. But overall, I really did enjoy it. The same conclusion that you came to it is exactly what I came to it literally a long time ago. But it can, for me, I confirmed it about a week or two ago when this whole thing started.
Right.
So several factors. The U.S. has been behind this chaos since 2013 when they helped to overthrow the former Ukrainian government. And what actually the current government that that got in, even though the leader, he is a descendant of a Jewish guy, but a lot of the forces are controlled by neo-Nazis.
Yes.
And these neo-Nazis have been shelling and Donetsk regions, like the two
the Donbas, Donetsk, yeah.
Exactly. And here's the ironic thing. A lot of these, okay, so now the new terms, right? FBU, right?
Yeah. Foundational Black
Ukrainians.
Yes.
So they don't know the context of what this whole thing is going on. The people who are resisting the current regime, the current government right now in Ukraine, right, that are led by neo-Nazis, the ones who are fighting against them in the Donbas regions have literally formed battalions, and even named the battalions after Somali. There's a Somali battalion. These Ukrainians are calling themselves after Africans. Seriously, look it up. I'm not making. Yeah, so
interesting.
Yeah, so there's a Givi. There's a commander. He took the a battalion. He called his battalion, who literally destroyed the Nazis. The battalion are called Somali Battalion.
No, but if you look at it, right?
Yeah.
Because FBA is complaining that their relatives, FBUs, are being discriminated against, that this war was about race. So now you're telling me these neo-Nazis are disguising themselves as Somalis. So FBA, I'm beginning to see they might be getting at something here. These Ukrainians are trying to play us. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the neo-Nazis are not disguising themselves as Somalis, but the people fighting against them are calling themselves as Somalis. You know what I mean? A Somalia battalion, because they don't want these racism or like few little things. But you're absolutely right when it comes down to these the talking points that they're using. Notice who controls the term black, who created first was white people, right? Racist Europeans.
Yes.
And even now here in America, it is the same white guy that tells FBAs and other black people that, hey, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. So now
Right.
he's telling them like, hey, I can take away your black card.
Yes.
So he gave it to them first, and now he's threatening them that if he doesn't vote for them, Joe Biden, that he'll telling black people like, hey, I can take away your black card. You're not black anymore.
So
So
are you surprised to see and hear some of the talking points? How some are gloating. Oh, Africans got their wake up call. They don't know about racism, but oh, Africans are asking for our help. Are you surprised to hear that type of talking?
That's what differentiates people when they are in a real turmoil, right? In real situations. A lot of the people, the way they handle themselves, I commend them. But these other ones who are really want to just start kind of like a nuclear type of war, you know what I mean? All because they want to fight against Russia, and they can't control Russia, they can't control China, they can't control all these other countries who have, taken upon themselves to at least improve their lives, right? But the agenda, in all honesty, is basically to force Russia, to surround Russia with NATO allies.
Right.
And the NATO allies and some of these NATO allies are straight up neo-Nazis, and the Russians are not having it. So they can't really deal with that when it comes to the people that's fighting against the neo-Nazis and NATO's interference. So they'll try to use the race card now, and it's not working.
No, it's
just like Russiagate. Remember Russiagate?
It crashed and burned.
But do you remember Russiagate?
Right. Kenyan by marriage, KBM, thank you. He said, Afridamus, but the FBA said they are not related to the FBUs. What changed? The attention is what changed. Because the leader of FBA is now co-opting the FBU story to make it his own. But think before you tap. I'll put you back here and I'll bring Tribal African. Tribal African, welcome to the show. Tribal African. So do you see anything racist in coming from the Ukrainians against the foundational Black Ukrainians?
Can you hear me? I think my internet is playing a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you in Kiev?
No, but I've lived in Ukraine for 2 years, so I understand.
So you understand the place. Okay, perfect.
Yes,
perfect.
yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm going to tell you, there's an aspect of settled racism in it. There's the war panic, and there's some aspect of racism in it. I've been in Ukraine. Ukrainians are racist. Most of these students.
Like when you say they are racist, describe what would you consider racist?
Okay, there's a group in Ukraine. It's called skinhead.
The neo-Nazis.
Yes, and they were
those are the ones Putin is destroying.
Yeah. And they'll literally want to kill Black people. What can be more racist than that?
Oh, that's not racist. That's hate. There's a difference. These people are literally against other people that look like them as well.
Okay, so it means they're worse than being racist then.
Yes, it's evil. That's my point. They just see it comes out that way. But you have to remember, the neo-Nazis are the ones getting bombed. They are not the ones in charge right now.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes watching news, there can be so much propaganda.
Oh, they're lying.
So I just know. I don't know. I'm not really. I can't say 100%. I can't claim to know what's going on over there because Russian is saying their own stuff. Ukrainians are saying their own stuff. I just listen to it. But I just want to talk. I don't want to get into that politics. I've not got so much information, but I just want to talk about the African students. I think most of them, like when I was in Ukraine, I was a student for 2 years. I had to leave because of racism, but they don't interact with.
Wait. So did you, before you went to Ukraine, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that, quote unquote, it was racist?
No, not at all.
So what took you to Ukraine?
Study.
To study.
Yeah.
So didn't you think it would? So it was very important for you to find out, as you know.
Well, this is the thing, Afridamus. Who Africans before leaving the continent? Who thinks about racism? We don't. We live in Africa. We don't have that sensitivity to racism. You understand? So before you leave and go into any country, you don't even think about racism. It's not So you don't even understand. When you get there now, things happen, then you begin to ask yourself, what the hell is this? You know, we don't know what is racism in Africa.
Can you give me some examples of racist experience you had in Ukraine?
Okay, like for example, they will not ask you when you go look for a house, they will tell you they don't give houses to black people.
Oh, nothing wrong with that.
Is that racism or not racism?
That's not racism. They just prefer not to rent to blacks.
Come on, let's not mix up words. So
no,
what's racism to you?
Look, in Africa, where we are from, even in my own country, some people they do not rent to certain people.
Yeah, but it would
What's
not be
wrong with
because
that?
of racism. It might be that person it has some kind of history they don't want to
Do you
give in
think
that particular person.
it's cultural? Do you think that? Because some people, Ukraine, I would think is very much not like America. It's not that diverse. They're not used to other people.
Of course, they're not.
They're not.
There's not many black people in Ukraine.
Yeah. So some people, when it comes to cultural differences, because even Africans they prefer to deal with the people that are like them, similar culture, similar language.
Well, that's
but that doesn't mean
that's tribalism.
Well, how is that
from
different?
racism.
How is that different from, for example, right? If I don't want to rent my place to a Chinese person, because would that make me a racist?
If it's just because they're Chinese, that would be racist. But if because he is a bad person, that's not racist. But if you don't know him just because he's Chinese, oh, I don't want to give my house to Chinese.
You mean
that's racism?
No, they discriminate. There's a difference.
Yeah, I think you're just playing. You're going round and round. Just say it.
No,
you know, you don't want to accept that.
No, but that's not. But what I'm saying, you right? You literally left your country to another man's country. You didn't learn about their culture to know how you fit in. You didn't learn their language. Now they don't want to rent to people that look like you.
I learned the language.
Okay, but they don't want to rent. That doesn't mean they are racist. You could have gone to others.
They are.
That's not racism. I disagree.
It is. It is racism.
They allowed you into their country. What else do you want? You wanted their women too?
If those people that were going to rent house from them, they don't do anything to allow me in the country. Governments work with different government countries. They just
but when you found out they were racist, did you leave?
I left. That's why I left.
Well, good. There's no need to accuse them of that.
No, so that's my point. My point is the thing about the African student not being allowed to on the board. There's a settled racism, but yes, there's a point there that some of them, you're right, might be wanting to go to Poland because they want to go to Western Europe. But majority of most of those people that are genuine students among them, there might be some opportunities that want to take this opportunity to go, but there are still some genuine student among those people. And my point is, these students that are paying the Ukrainian government to study in your country, they're bringing money into that country, and they should be given the priority to leave. If they need to leave.
They did give them priority. Did you not see Ghana came and got their people?
Take them to the border. Let them go to a safe place before their country.
But why is that their job? That is not
because they are.
You cannot. But what I'm saying,
they are evacuating everybody.
No. You cannot hold people accountable for what you are not even willing to do for yourself. It's not their. They didn't call you to come to their country. You came there.
They came to Ukraine to study, not to fight the war.
But they should go home, right?
Yeah. So to go home, they
didn't stop them.
No. There's no flight in Ukraine. There's no flight coming
because
out
it's a war.
So how do you expect them to go home?
They can go to Slovakia. They can go to Slovakia. In fact, you know that Poland, in fact, have allowed people in. That's where the Nigerians are flying from. The ones that want to go home.
Yeah, so now the problem is now the things have been settled. It's now okay. It's like stable. But initially, there was some aspect of racism on that thing. So I don't know what anybody might say, but to me, there's some settled racism over there.
Well, there is a reason why I don't go to certain places. Not only outside of Africa, not only inside the continent of Africa, but even outside. There are some places in Africa I would never go to because I don't fool myself. You know, I look into the stories, how things go. So therefore, you know, I wouldn't go there because it's not about race, it's about cultural differences. And that's okay with me, right?
Well, I think you don't want to accept it anyway. That's
No,
okay. You know,
but what good? What I'm
everyone
saying,
has
hold
got
on. What
the
good
right
would it do? What
to
I'm saying,
discuss.
what good would it do if I say yes, it is racism? Are you trying to be a victim here?
No, I'm just saying when there's something is racism, we just accept. There's nothing
But
we
did
can
the
do, but we can
Ghanaians? You
say
see, the Ghanaians didn't suffer this; they left.
many people left. Many
Yes,
people are living. Everyone is
many,
living now.
many left.
I think almost everyone is living now,
So
except for
they
those who
just
are in Subi.
it's only this handful of Nigerians, not these
But that,
guys on the
that
screen,
yeah,
but
I know.
and those South Africans. Those
Yeah,
are the
but
only
that does
ones.
not still negate the fact that there was some aspect of racism at the border. That's just
Where's the proof of that?
it's all over over the
So
news
is
station. I forgot.
so not allowing illegal immigrants into your country, you
They are
know,
not illegal.
they're illegal. They don't have legal status in
That is a
Poland.
war. That's a war
Who
zone.
cares? They could have waited for their government, or they can just rally right there in Lviv until their people
Live
come and
off.
get them. Live off. Yeah,
But
sounds like a
everyone look,
sandwich.
yeah, this is the thing. Why I don't get it. Ukrainians are fleeing from their country and it's okay with everyone. Africans want to flee from Ukraine is a problem.
No, that's not true.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
Poland, hold on. Doesn't Poland have the right to decide who can or cannot come into their territory? Do they have the right to decide this?
Yeah, they have the time
The,
to
the
they have the
Polish,
right to decide.
the Polish have the right to accept the people that look like them, that share common language as them, religion into their country, and reject those who they don't share anything with. They
Well,
have the right to do this.
everything being equal, they can do that. But this is we're
No,
talking
it's
about
not about
war.
equality. They don't want them.
No. We are talking about a war. This is war. This is not like everything is bread and
Well,
butter.
but they
This
just,
is war, and
but what
all
I'm
rules
saying,
don't work during
but
war the same.
again, like I said, they allowed them in the border and then got their people to come and get them out of there. I see nothing racist about that.
Well, okay, that's your point.
Yeah,
You know,
please,
I've been in Ukraine,
please.
so I'm speaking
Yeah,
with
because your FBU status failed. Your
I've
FBU status failed. Let me let me bring someone else again. Hang tight. Nakmizi, welcome to the show. Nakmizi, do you think this Ukrainian thing, you know, looking at what is happening to, you know, the FBUs over there, do you think Poland is wrong and racist for not
Absolutely.
allowing FBU, you know, illegal FBUs in?
Absolutely. Poland is 100% wrong. Ukraine and Russia have a sizable population that are racist, that are anti-black racist. As far as Ukraine is concerned, I know you like the facts. If you Google the Azov militia, they are a neo-Nazi militia with ties, and they actually school American neo-Nazi racists.
Yeah, well, they have neo-Nazis. That's who, in fact,
Yeah, and they're
is
fighting.
bombing. That's who he is bombing. But again,
Wait,
these
hold on. I know,
thousands,
but
these
wait, hold on.
thousands, okay.
Okay, you go. It's your show.
These
Yeah.
thousands of non-Slavic students, right? There's different people. There's Iraqis, there's Afghanis, there's Indians, Egypt, you name it, all kinds of nationalities. You know, so you know, Iraqis, in fact, are getting gassed and beat on at the border physically. We have videos of this, right? Because they are trying to bomb rush, you know, this country, and this country, Poland wants to protect their border. This is what they're trying to do. These African students are not stopped because of their skin color. I don't see that here. Poland is
Well,
controlling their border. And just like right now, Nigerians are leaving Poland. They gave them the chance to gather somewhere for the plane to come and get them. You see, just like the Ghanaians. That's why we're not hearing anything about Ghana. But I don't see race
so
here.
back to the point, right? And I'm not discounting what you say, but I don't want to lose my train of thought. Ukraine and Russia, they're essentially this very similar people. They can understand each other. They have similar cultures. The Azov battalion is 100% racist. They were absorbed into the Ukrainian army. As far as the relationship between Poland and Russia, Russia actually invaded Poland, so they're not friends at all. So for Poland to stop people that are fleeing Russian aggression is weird in a time of war. Now, when you listen to
that video that people are talking about is in fact one single incident where these people are saying they are not letting the black people go. They are letting the Ukrainian go in first. Do you think Ukrainians are wrong for putting their people, making their people the priority?
Absolutely. Because it's a war. Hold on. It's a war.
So they're wrong for making their people priority. War or no war.
It should be women and children.
That's what they were doing. That's what they were doing.
It should be women and children. So, I was at Poland, right? Poland is an EU member state. Ukraine is not, right? So it's not about Poland, protecting their borders. They're being selective as who they want to let in. They understand that it's a war.
But that's what protection is.
But how?
You have to be selective.
What is the base? What are they basing not letting the black people in on?
Because they don't have documentation in that country and they are not of the same culture. They just want to
hold on. Let's stop with the first part of what you just said.
Yeah.
You said they didn't have documentation.
In Poland.
A Ukrainian passport is not a European Union passport.
But they are welcome.
Part of the Ukraine. Hold on. See, I gotcha.
No, hold on.
No. Cooked by FBA.
Hold on.
Black History Month is over, bro.
Wait a minute. I see what you're doing. Meaning,
but you're not letting me finish. You're trying to cut me off every single time, brother.
Hold on. What I'm saying is, because you are trying to make it seem like Ukrainians are wrong for making their people a priority, and you're making excuses with wartime. I have lived in actual wartime in an African country, and I'm gonna get into that because you would agree that you're playing Monday night quarterback. You've never experienced actual war, right?
What do you mean I haven't experienced war?
Like in a civil war, like war, active war.
Well, like an African war? No, I haven't.
Well, African war is
but I like the way you're trying to take me away from Poland.
No,
see, I don't fall
what
for
I'm
that,
saying,
but
let me finish my point, right? Wait,
let me finish my point because you're trying to take me around.
No, we will get there.
Dance.
Wait, give me a second. We will get to Poland. We will get there. What I'm trying to what you're saying here, right? That's not what happened. Poland.
Well, you didn't let me finish saying what I was saying.
But that didn't happen. But go ahead.
But you didn't let me finish saying what I was saying. You don't start running. You're the
go ahead. I'm listening.
The facts, and that's why I like you. So let's have a conversation about the facts, okay?
I'm
the
listening.
fact is, you mentioned documents, right? That the Ukrainian had documents. The Ukraine is not in the European Union, so it might as well be Japanese people going to Poland. Like I said, Ukrainians and Russians are similar culturally. They can understand each other. And the history between Russia and Poland is one where Russia invaded Poland. So they are not friends. They're historical enemies. Now, when they stop people in the wartime based on documents, you have no argument there because a Nigerian passport is worth just the same as a Ukrainian passport in the European Union because neither one of them are in the European Union. So when you talk about culture, culturally, I mean, I guess they look white, but then that goes back to my point that it's about race. It's racist. I talked about the Azov battalion. We can talk about in Russia,
Yeah,
how
but
they
hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait, wait,
how they
wait,
were
wait,
picking
hold on.
students.
Wait. You are conflating things here.
No, I'm
Okay?
not.
You're talking about a militia that is getting bombed. These are the neo-Nazis.
No,
These
I'm not
people,
talking about a militia that's getting bombed.
well, you're talking okay, this militia, what do
You're
they
stuttering.
wait, what do they have to do with what we are talking about?
Okay, I'll explain exactly why. Because your premise is that the Ukraine is not racist.
No, I
And
didn't
this
say that. I didn't say that. I said this here is not about racism. I said racism doesn't exist. It's about good or evil. So
well, and
already,
that's your
right?
personal
Wait,
point,
hold on. What I'm saying
now we're
is,
playing semantics.
you're trying to use your own moral standing on what you think should happen. Poland.
Okay, so then what define
Poland.
racism for me?
Hold on.
Define
Poland.
racism.
So Poland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have the right to decide who comes into their country. So Nigerians have contacted Polish officially prior to when we saw that video, which is the proper way of doing things. Since then, they've allowed them to come to the border. Like the man said,
right,
leave your passport. In the next 15 days, you come and you leave, which is the right way to do.
Now, it's the right
Poland,
way to do
officially,
if you're not
Poland,
fleeing bombs.
These people are not fleeing any bombs because their country, the Nigerian official have given the order for them to evacuate. They have done this.
No,
so what were they waiting for?
Look, I want to get to a point with what you said, right? About that they had to check their passport and that's a proper way.
Right.
Passport control takes 5 to 10 minutes once you go to
well, we don't know. We don't know that.
Hold
We're
on,
not
hold
there.
on,
That's
hold on.
just you're talking
Hold
about.
on.
But not Mizi.
But
again,
I'm not finishing. You're not letting me finish.
What I'm saying, the issue here is not about that. Okay, I've already told you they came to the border. They are letting them through. They would leave their passport. But the example you're giving, in your head, you want the Nigerians to be seen as equal as the Ukrainian to the Polish, and that's not reality.
Wait, hold on. I didn't say equal.
Well, you didn't. You implied it because you said they might as well. They might as well see the Nigerians as these people as the same because they're not in the EU. Forgetting that.
Forgetting being a war zone.
Yes,
but their passport is not a European Union passport.
Yeah,
I'm talking about actual policies and border and membership into the European Union. You're
talking about a sovereign nation. Again, Poland can decide who can come in or not.
Right. So now, okay, let me ask you a question. Did Poland say that the Nigerians can come in?
No.
Yes, they did. You just told me that.
If you're talking about this video that you saw,
no, I'm not
if that's what you're talking about.
But
I also, then if I already explained that they've allowed them to come and leave their passport.
So I'm making a point here. If it was already good for them to come in, and if you want, you can Google what nations are visa free for Nigerians, and if Poland's on there, then you lost your argument right there. But if they can
wait. Are you saying? Are you trying? Wait. No, I just want to clear this part before you go past it.
Okay.
Are you trying to imply that Nigeria is visa free with Poland?
I said you can Google it, and if
I don't have to. I know the answer, but what do you think?
Well, it doesn't matter what I think because I'm not finished making my statement, sir.
Okay. Well, I know the answer,
Well, let me make a statement.
Because it would make sense. Okay, go ahead.
Oh God.
Go ahead.
This is a different Afrodamus. See, when you start losing, you start getting a little
so it's a win and lose for you. It's not based in facts. Okay,
no,
I get
it's
it.
based in facts,
Because
sir.
you're using the word win.
You said that Poland allowed Nigerians to come in, right?
Right.
So what was the disconnect with the border guards who were supposed to allow them to come in at the time that they were allowed to come in? The difference was that they looked different, and this is
That's not true.
Of the Nigerians.
Okay, wait. Let's hear from the Nigerians themselves.
No, you played one Nigerian.
Hold on.
You didn't have a problem.
Well, this is the second one. Let's hear Nigeria.
On top of it, as we would like. So we expect it being the Nigerian embassy, but they could do better. Because if your country is at the border crossing, it will help to make things quite faster. You're muted.
So what he's saying here, they contacted Nigerian officials so that they can speak to Polish officials. Ordinary citizens cannot make deals with a government, which makes sense. Did you hear that?
It's a war. It's in the middle of a war.
Again, you're making your own rules, but
I'm not making my own rules. People are fleeing, and everyone was allowed to flee except the black people.
No, that's not true.
And this whole show is based on, you started with Young Thug. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be trying to do that, right?
Hold on. One second. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. I'll let you. Let's just let this man talk. 1 second.
Ooh, it's getting hot in here for you, Afrodamus.
Again, you are speaking on, in terms of when we're talking, you're using words like, you're speaking of, see, the way I approach topics is about facts. It's not about, I'm not looking to win or lose. You're speaking in terms of that.
But I'm giving you facts, Afrodamus. I told you about the membership in the EU. I gave you the name of the racist battalion. I told you about the Russians invading Poland. I told you about the racist.
But what does that have to do with this?
And Ukrainians. The thing is here, what do you define as racist?
Wait.
You're playing semantics, brother.
Hold on. What does Russia invading Poland in the past have to do with Nigerians?
What does it have to do with Nigerians? What it has to do with Nigerians is that Poland doesn't have any any horse or any dog in the fight to be keeping Nigerians out. They would just let them in because they don't rock with Russia. So they would say, hey, come on from this Russian aggression because we know how they are. But because they are black, they would keep them out. They don't want them in because they don't see them as their own people.
But they are not. But they are not.
But they're not their people. But this is the thing. We're not basing, policy and immigration laws are not based on race, which is why you are allowed to go into America. They're based on.
But we're not talking about America. What I'm saying is,
they're based on treaties with countries, and whether they're visa free, do you have to get a visa in advance? But all that is a moot point in the middle of a war. You have a humanitarian crisis, and people are fleeing. And they're stopping people based on how they look, and it's coming out the Nigerians' mouth.
Wait. So you are speaking in terms of shoulds versus what makes sense to these people. But
no, based on what you said. You said that.
Okay, wait. Let's let this man talk.
To come in. So what was the disconnect at the border?
Okay,
the disconnect was that it were black faces.
No. So what was the disconnect between them and the Iraqis then? The Syrians. They're not letting them in. They are beating them. They are gassing them. What is the disconnect? Their skin color looks the same.
I'm going to explain to you. These are not Slavic people of Slavic and Russian origin. So the Afghanis are going to get it. The Indians were getting it. And the Africans were getting it.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense.
It makes Afrodamus.
But that's not what we're saying. Look,
have you ever been to Europe?
But I don't have to be there to listen to somebody who himself, this man you're seeing on the screen, he is in Poland. Let's let this man talk. I don't live there. He does. He has everything to lose. He's a Nigerian there. Let's let him talk.
Any contacts? Has there been any contacts, with the embassy so far?
Okay, yeah, there have been contacts severally. Some people have been designated to speak with them and relay information back. But like now, the embassy in Kyiv, they can't do anything to help. The only thing they've said so far is that remain calm. If don't go to areas that you feel will affect your safety, and just try to protect yourself. That's the only thing they've actually said. Then on the Nigerian end, there have been some chatter from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they're working on some sort of evacuation. We don't know where, we don't know.
Did Afrodamus run? Did it get too hot in the kitchen, or did he kick me out of here?
No, I'm here.
Okay, all right,
Can you
brother.
hear
I'm
me?
sorry. Yes. Have you ever heard of an ultra, Afrodamus? You know what an ultra is?
An ultra, like in what context are you using?
In the context of football hooligans.
Yes.
Ultras, and they're all over Eastern Europe. Okay, they are specifically anything that is not WASP or Slavic or whatever their country, they're against it. They will lynch black people.
What's that have to do with this?
These are the same people. They're from the same region. You never watched a football game? A football game with black players?
Again, that did not stop these thousands of non-Slavic people living amongst these people with no problem. So that's irrelevant. It's irrelevant because
the brother that lived there told you that he had a problem. I live in Europe now, and I'm telling you, these Eastern Europeans
hold on.
extremely
But
racist.
this is that's a matter of opinion.
No, it's literally a fact.
Okay, let's stick with the topic. Let's let this man tell us, okay? Because you're all over the place. It's like, for instance, in Holland, hold on. In Holland, where you are, they don't have racist groups there that you would call racist. But you're there, right?
Holland, I'm going to tell you.
But you are there.
The Dutch are the weakest racists ever.
Hold on, but you are there.
Yes.
Obviously, it's not that bad.
No,
that's why you're there.
No, wait.
Your life is not in danger. I know plenty of Africans that live in these countries. So
wait, but hold on. Now let me get there.
Hold on. Let's hear this man. One second.
Yeah.
To be responsible for them, because as much as it's an humanitarian crisis, Europeans do not joke with identification, and so it will be much easier if we have.
You see, the Nigerian guy understands the situation he's in and the realities. The Europeans don't joke with identification. Let's hear why he said this.
Nigerian representatives at these borders helping, and so for Dr. Daniel, I know a few Nigerians who have been able to cross over, and I will be in touch with him. He's been doing a very good job since his inception, since he came in as the chairman of the Nigerian diaspora in Poland. And so for anybody who is in Ukraine or who might be watching now, he's a very good resource person to reach now. And like he has told you, he's moving from Warsaw right now to go to the border himself. So he's going to be leading from the front there to help to help people coming in. And for those who are in Ukraine, the advice would be around people. And many Nigerian students in Ukraine do not actually speak Russian or Ukrainian at all.
Do you think that plays a factor?
Nope. Wait.
Oh,
let me revise that. Let me revise that. It will play a factor if you can get a conversation, but your skin will.
But they can't speak. The man lives there. He is giving his people the advice, so he knows what the obstacles are. So he's
and the skin is the number one over
well,
there.
okay. Well, the man spoke of things that make sense. Language. Let's let him tell us. He's there.
And so this is a time to be around students in groups. Don't be isolated. And the idea is that many Nigerian students like to live in flats. And so that means sometimes they are probably the only Nigerian or probably the only group of foreigners within their flat. And so this is a good time.
This place is so racist. People want to leave. Nigerians would live isolatedly with no problem. But let's go.
To go to the hostels or be in communication with your universities. There are many buildings in Ukraine that have bunkers, right, where you can be bomb-proof, right, where you can stay for and be safe. I think like Mr. Engineer.
So they gave them safety, right, in bunkers to save them from the bombs. Their skin color didn't play a role. The Ukrainians are doing what they need to do for the rest. So what would you say to that?
What I would say is that I challenge you right now on your own show to Google anti-Black racism in Ukraine.
That's not important here.
I dare you.
Look, again. So are you just going to ignore the topic here? And
no, I'm not ignoring the topic, brother, but I'm telling you.
But what I'm saying, that's obviously they have neo-Nazis. We know this for a fact.
And it's in their culture because they're a homogenous nation.
Wait. They have neo-Nazis. That did not stop these people from living in that country with no problem.
And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. It's not that they're living there with no problem.
You don't know these people. It would be speculation.
No,
that would be a speculation.
Well, can I finish speculating at least? Because you're cutting me off. It'll be speculation for me, backed up by experiences from others that have been documented. More recently, the experience of tribal African, aka tribal Italian, who just backed up what I said. Actually, he said it before I said it. Eastern European that is one of the most racist parts of Europe. Western Europe, especially in Holland, you get racism light here. Amilcar X is in the chat, and I'm going to extend him. And hold on.
What I'm saying,
give me 10 seconds, please.
Because of time, hold on. I've given you a lot of time, but my thing is, right?
Now we're out of time.
Give me a second. I'm not saying that they do not have people who have, look at people differently because of cultural differences. I've already covered that. I've completely covered that. So that would just be wasting our time. We are there. But I'm talking about officially what Poland is doing and allowing these people to come in, take their passport, and then let them go. That's what I want to talk about. But
they didn't let them go because they wouldn't allow them in.
Well, not according to these people.
No, they had to have officials from higher up scream on the border guards to make them do it. So let me finish my last point, and then I'll get to the next person on.
Hold on.
Or you can get the next person on, please. Okay. What I was saying here about Holland, this is racism.
But this is not about Holland, not me.
Wait, but it's about
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't want to hear about Holland. We're talking about what's going on in Ukraine and
okay, so we can talk about Ukraine. It doesn't matter.
I'm talking because I'm not trying to be rude, but because of time, I want us to please stick with the topic. And
I got you.
At least
whether
let's focus.
Is racist.
Yeah. No.
And the Nigerians themselves told you that they've been treated racially.
No, that's not the topic. The topic is these people here. What we saw on social media versus these actual people in Ukraine. Is this about race?
Absolutely, there's a racial component.
So you believe it's about?
I will. Everyone can listen to me right now. I will debate you on this for $500 right now. And if I lose, I send it to you,
So
and you
wait,
can donate it to the
So what would
to the
you
to the
base
to the
what I'm
charity of
saying?
your own.
Not Mizzy,
Let's
not
go
Mizzy,
now.
not Mizzy. There is no way. There is no way, right? You can logically beat me on this topic. It's not possible because
I challenge you
no,
now.
you're using what I'm saying. You're using a lot of things that you think should. You're not operating in the real world. I'm
I
operating.
literally am, brother. I'm telling you,
You're
these
not
are
operating in the real world. You're speaking from what you think the world
look,
is. It's not
Afrodamus,
the
what I'm
same.
gonna do now, brother, I'm gonna do because I wanna maintain our friendship because I like you. You like me too, don't you?
Well, I mean that has nothing
Not
to
any,
do with this. Are you?
not
I mean,
anymore.
oh jeez. I mean, we're having. That's what I'm saying. Instead of having the conversation, you are more focused on I'm winning, I'm cooking. That's
No,
not what
I'm
this is.
literally. I
This
just
is
want to have the
no, what
combo
I'm
because you're
saying. What
cutting
I'm
me
saying.
off
Wait, it's
because
supposed to
you're
be,
losing.
but we are supposed to focus on the topic and let the people learn.
Afrodamus, look at the chat though. You're losing.
Okay. Let me.
And
Okay, hang tight. Wait,
the
wait,
chat
hang
for the
tight.
most part hates me, and you're
Okay,
losing.
okay. I'm losing. Hang tight. A proud Kushitic, welcome. What do you want to say? Unmute yourself. Okay. Mimi, welcome. Mimi?
Isaac had mentioned earlier, the house where he is now, there's a bunker and he's in a community of people he trusts and that can take care of him. And so that's essential at this time. And so hostels stay with people. And if you go to the border, please don't go alone. It's quite a.
So you guys clearly see.
All right, I think network is.
Hold on. So this guy is clearly explaining to us what their experience have been. I get what Nakmizi is saying. He wants to talk about situations that have absolutely nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with the topic, how I started it. You see how he came, he totally ignored what the rules are. So how are you going to debate on that? Because the person is going to keep saying, I win, I win. When my topic and what I'm focused on is Poland racist for being selective of who they are letting through? Did they block these people because of skin color? Because the Iraqis are blocked. The other Arabs, the Syrians, they look closer to their skin color. They look closer to their skin color. The Ghanaians are not complaining. Even these Nigerians that live there are not complaining. So that's why I wanted Nakmizi to focus on that. But again, he's broadening it, saying, oh, they have racist people in Eastern Europe. I'm pretty sure there are people who hate people based on skin color over there. So that's why I don't want the argument to shift to that, because that's not what I'm saying. That's not what my topic is. Tribal African came here. He said he experienced racism. He didn't give us proof. You think tribal African racism was so terrible that he hopped on the plane and headed back to Africa? No, he moved on to the next European country. Who are you fooling? He headed to the next European country, just like these people, other people are doing. So let's just call a spade a spade. Let's not sit here and perpetrate this victimhood. Let me bring in Mimi. Mimi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Greetings.
Greetings,
Can you hear me
Mimi.
well now? Okay. I'm just
Mimi,
gonna.
what were you talking about earlier?
Oh, well, what I was talking about is I did applaud to many African countries because they pulled their people really quick. It's not only Ghana. Even
Right.
little Gambia acted really quick and pulled their people. So I think African government did good when it comes to stuff like that. But there are some Africans that don't want to go back. They want to go back to the nearest European countries so that they can finish their school, and that's on them. That's what I was trying to say.
So Mimi, you are agreeing with me.
Not really, not today though.
Well,
I'm
hold
just
on.
gonna be
Wait,
honest.
you just wait. You literally repeated word for word what I said. I said,
yeah, I
you
agree
literally
with you on
repeated
some
it.
parts. I do agree with you in some ways, but not
But
everything. I'm just
which
gonna be
ones?
honest.
Which one do you disagree with me on?
Okay, let me finish. Okay, I am not mad at Ukraine if they want to put their people first. That's on them. But we are not gonna negate the fact that they're being racist because there's a Nigerian.
Wait.
No.
Wait.
Okay, let me finish.
No,
There
wait
was
a
a
minute.
Nigerian
Wait a
lady
minute,
pregnant.
Mimi. Wait a minute, Mimi. Wait a minute now. You said two things here. You said,
And I said, that's
wait a minute. You said
but that
nothing
don't
wrong.
mean that they're not being racist.
Wait. You said nothing wrong with them putting their people first. And then
on them.
wait, and then it followed by you followed it by but.
Yes, there's a
And
but
then
in it.
and then you said racist, but you didn't describe what the racism is.
Afrodamas, to be honest, I know that you're trying to downplay the racism in this.
No.
But
Don't worry.
When it comes to war,
Okay.
when it comes to war, it's children and women first. What happened to the Nigerian lady that was pregnant and they told her that it's only white people that are allowed in the train? That's racist.
Okay, wait, Mimi, hold on. Let me give you a news break. Wait, Mimi, wait.
With BBC.
Did you also see the video of how it was this same woman said she lied? She lied.
That's what she said.
So yeah.
Well, what I see is them saying, and it's
No,
not
but
only one person. No, listen.
But are you
it's
going to
not
answer
only
this?
one person.
Are you going to
if
answer?
she lied,
She lied. She said it herself.
That's really, if she lied, that's really sad. But you don't know where she come back and say she lied.
Oh,
because
geez.
she was
Okay.
really violent.
So-
Something might
so-
happen, and then she needs to take it back. So I am not gonna be like downplaying what she said first.
So Mimi,
but and she is not
is
the
it
only
racist?
person who say
Wait,
that.
Mimi, is it racist for Ukrainians to put Ukrainian women and children, take them to safety?
It is racist. If they said, okay,
so
let me give you
wait,
one example.
let me finish.
When Yahya Jammeh
Hold
was
on,
running the show,
Mimi,
did we
give
say
me
only Gambians are gonna flee to
Mimi,
Senegal?
Mimi, let me
We
finish.
let the tourists, we evacuate.
Mimi, you gotta let the host speak. Just let me finish my sentence. So you've said two things here. 1 minute you said nothing wrong with Ukrainians saving Ukrainian women and babies. When we clearly Mimi, if you're not gonna let me, I'm gonna drop you if you're not gonna let me finish.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
So Ukraine, they gave their president, they said all Ukrainians, 16, I believe it's 16 to 60 years old, they want them to come and fight for the country. So the women and children are being sent to safety. So you are telling me these people should put other people and their babies above their own people. Is that what you're telling me?
Afrodamus, if you hear me correctly, I do say that when it comes to war, it's women and children first.
No,
when it comes
they
to
are
war,
women
I'm not
and
saying
children. They are people.
Okay. But from the world standard, they said women and children first. They didn't say white people first. And I'm gonna go with that.
So
And I
Mimi,
stick by it.
do you think, for instance, right? If your house and somebody else's house is on fire, whose house would you save first?
Oh, you can put that logic first, but I am not going to comment on that because that's a different situation.
Okay, because you know that if you answer it, it's gonna destroy your logic.
I mean, I see how you kind of deflecting that,
No,
but
no,
I
no.
mean, it's all
So if your house is on fire.
But I said,
Well, okay, let me give
I
you the
said
same
if they
scenario.
wanna do that,
Wait.
But I see if they want to do that.
No. Wait.
That's on them. That's what they want to do. I'm not mad at
So
them.
you're
doing
not
that.
going to answer the question.
It's their country. If they want to do that, that's on them.
Well, that's what they
all
wanted
good.
to do. That's what they
Okay,
wanted
that's
to
on
do.
them. But we are not going to negate the fact that that's being discriminating the other people. Because
What's
they
wrong
say
with
it
what's
plain.
wrong
They
with
said, why did-
discrimination?
Okay, what's wrong with discrimination? Maybe because you never or ever been through it. Because if you know that you are qualified,
do you discriminate?
Let me finish. If you know that you are qualified from the same job with somebody else, but they didn't take you because of your color, you will feel it.
No, I wouldn't. I would be like, hey, it is what it is.
Them. Okay, that's how you see. I know that you see racism different. You see
So
it as good people
Mimi,
and bad people.
answer this, right? Are you going to ignore these Nigerians here who are telling us they haven't experienced any of this?
They are not the only people who have experience over it, but
Well,
I mean, I'm not listening.
okay, no, I
am
know
not
that.
listening to Nigeria
What about-
what he's saying. But do you think that if they didn't scream, if the whole world was screaming loud to Ukraine, they wouldn't like slow down? Because the world screamed.
Well, I don't know what
over social media.
I don't know.
That's why they kind of
Again,
slow down with this
well,
racist
I
things
don't.
that they're doing.
So you haven't explained anything that showed any racism. You see why this word means nothing anymore? Because everything is called this and it doesn't make sense. You yourself said it makes sense for these people to save their own women and children.
It makes sense. I never said that. What I'm
So
saying,
wait,
if that's
Mimi.
what they choose to do,
Huh.
if that's what they choose to do, hey, it's on them. That's what I
So
said.
okay, let me
That's
give you.
But I didn't say that it's okay. That's not okay at all in the world.
So Mimi, so you think, for example, right? If a situation comes, there are kids there and my kid is there. Their parents are there and I'm there. You know, and whose kid do you think I will save first?
Okay.
Whose kid am I gonna save first?
If I'm saving my kid first, I'm still being biased. That don't mean that I'm not being biased. Okay. It doesn't mean that I'm not being biased. That's what I'm saying. If they choose to do that, that's on them. But we're not gonna negate the fact that that's not racism because they said white people first.
So if I save my kid and not the white
because
kids,
it's your
that
kid.
makes me racist.
I'm not saying you are racist, but you are biased.
Then, but why
on thing? And I'm not.
So what's wrong with
you
that?
For that.
That's
what I'm saying.
What would be wrong with that?
What I'm saying is I'm not blaming them to choose their own people, but we
then
are not.
What are you saying?
The fact that they're being racist. We're not gonna downplay the racism in it.
I see. We're not gonna get anywhere. You just wanted to say this.
It is
Sorry, the world is tough. The world is not equal.
In reality, and I get it.
The world is tough.
The world is not fair. I do understand that a long time ago. You think I don't understand it? It's not
Then what's
fair.
the problem?
Okay, but we're not gonna stop the fact that the world is not being fair on some things.
Oh.
We're not gonna say, okay, there is no racism in the world. It is racism.
So how come the racism only affect quote unquote dark skin and nobody else?
Well, that's why it's racism, because they said it. White people first.
Oh, so this skin
it's
color
not gonna
game
affect white people. It's not, but it's gonna affect the black people. Yes.
Okay.
It wouldn't affect the white people. Thank you for having me, though.
No
problem. My brother.
Thank you. Guys, did you guys see? She thought she just wanted to oppose me. She couldn't stand on her squire. I'm telling you, a lot of you that saying all this, you're just speaking from your feelings. But you see, when you are challenged in reality, There is no way you can beat logic. It's not possible. It makes sense for people to save themselves first. It's just human instinct. It just makes sense. Of course, there are GH, of course, I'm well aware. Some people, discriminate based on skin color or whatever. I'm very much aware of this. I'm very much aware of this. But when you always say it only happens to you, you're the victim, now that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. All right, proud Eritrean, thank you for calling in. What do you want to say from all the back and forth? Did you see, is this based on skin color? Considering all the people that are there, the chaos, the bombing, do you think people are just, black people in the West are just looking for the attention to make it seem like people are against them? Go.
Well, I just think Africans are more outspoken about it. I think if white people, Europeans, were to get discriminated in the same exact way, they wouldn't be so vocal about it. Africans are just really loud. But what I would say is, look what's happening at the border, though. Black people, Asian people, whatever, non-Ukrainians are being denied into Poland to get to be safe, right? And to get evacuated. But the Ukrainians are getting priority.
Yes, because the Ukrainians don't have, their country is being bombed right now. These other people have another country they can go to.
Correct.
It's called their own country. So that's why it makes sense to give priority to your neighbor whose home is on fire. Where are they going to go? They're not going to go to Africa.
Right. They're stateless at that point.
Yes, exactly. So it makes sense for their neighbor to take them in.
Right. But are those Ukrainians refugees?
The what?
Are those Ukrainians refugees?
Yeah. They will be considered refugees.
Well, according to you, because to them, these are white European Christians. These are not
the same culture, the same language, So the point, the reason why
they're still refugees.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to bring up here, right? I want people to understand what is at play here, which is it makes absolute sense because these people, as Africans, think people should accept them into their culture, even if they're completely different from these people. You see, there's nothing wrong for people to not want to mix with others. If you think you have something great to offer, they're the ones missing out. If somebody tells me they don't deal with Africans, blacks like me, I wouldn't be offended by it. I just wouldn't deal with that.
Right.
That's not their preference, you see? Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh man, this person is evil. He thinks this of Africans. Hey, he or she has the right to think these things.
Correct. But what I wanted to argue is the blacks there, the Africans, the Nigerians, the Ghanaians that are basically in chaos there, they are the real Ukrainians.
Yeah. Oh, you think
they are the real Ukrainians because they are being treated as refugees, not the Ukrainians.
You know what? You're right.
You see
yes,
what I mean?
yes, yeah.
They are being treated like actual refugees.
Right, refugees.
The Ukrainians are being like, it's as if they're going to their country. You see what I mean?
Well,
as
it's similar. That's why I brought the culture. Like these people are driving the same similar cars, like the Polish people across. They speak the same language, the same culture. It's so much easier. Like, for instance, even in Africa, right? Let's say if I go to the Horn of Africa, chaos happens. It will be much harder for me to just blend into another Horn country than if I'm in Central Africa, right? Central West Africa, you see? So that's just common sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it still stands that those Africans, those Nigerians, they are the foundational Black Ukrainians. They belong to Ukraine, right? So if they belong to Ukraine, Ukraine is their country. You see? And it's priority.
Explain that.
Well, because they're foundational. It's their country. It's self-explanatory, right?
Yeah.
If Ukraine is their country, then they should be given priority, correct?
Well, they should be fighting. Because
okay, what about the African woman, foundational Black Ukrainian?
well, she the one that said she was pregnant.
I'm not aware of that one.
Oh, okay. Which one are you talking about?
Any of them that tried to flee Ukraine.
Well,
because women and children, you said, should be given priority.
Right.
Right.
And
Women and children of Ukraine.
and I believe they've done that. That's why you see these Nigerians here.
Then why are they crying?
No, they are not crying. See that video that people saw, right? It's just they are trying to, again, like the West, they're trying to turn it into race. So this is why you get, that's why you get, but the thing is, if it's really about race, what is these Africans doing in Eastern European countries? Like they say, it's racist, they have neo-Nazis, you know, and all this terrible anti-Black thing. Then why are you there?
That's my question.
Like, why are you there?
Yeah, I wouldn't know the answer to that.
Exactly.
If I knew there were neo-Nazis in a particular country, I would never visit that country, in my opinion.
And you know, like our movement just wrote here, any male holding a Ukrainian passport could not leave. Did you know this?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, if you're above 16, you cannot leave.
Oh yeah, if you're a man though, right?
A man between the ages 16 to 60.
Yeah, they have to fight the Russians.
Yeah, so you think if in my country this happened and you guys were given the opportunity to leave, and then they said male from ages, we have to stay and fight, and you're some grown man, a foreign grown man, crying that you cannot run. You think I'm going to care about what you have to say?
That is a very
like I'm giving my life here. Yeah, I believe America said 18 to 60. So 18-year-old. So you're saying our 18-year-olds, they cannot leave. They got to fight. You were given the opportunity to leave a while back and you didn't. And then now you want to cry foul. Again, to be fair, it's not these Nigerians that live there that are crying foul. You see how most of these people, they reject what these people are saying because they are not being victims. They want to just cling onto the victim story. So this is why I brought it directly from a Nigerian channel, Nigerian people talking about it, and they still dismiss what they have to say.
So are those Nigerians crying that you say doing it for attention? Are they residents of Ukraine?
Good question. You know,
I saw right?
No, I saw another video, right? Where this person went to the border and it came out. The truth, he himself said it. The reason why they're not letting people through, because they don't have documentation. You see, documentation, they don't have it. So what are you talking about?
Ukrainians don't have documentation.
Well, if they show their passport, the males, they cannot leave. Again, that would mean you are implying that the Polish should be seeing the Africans and other people who have countries, they should see them the same as the Ukrainian. And we've already established that's not going to happen. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
anybody that thinks that's what's supposed to happen, like I don't know what to tell you. I can't speak on that, because literally you're telling me something that makes sense. Does it make sense to you? Because that's not sitting well with you.
Yeah.
Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they did not violate anything here.
Well, I think this is why I said in the beginning, the real Ukrainians are those Black people there, because they are being treated like they're real refugees. It's just Ukrainians are going to their they have country number 2 basically in Poland. They're too similar with them, right?
Right.
But the Black people are being turned down. They're having to go through basically the Trail of Tears of Ukraine to get to Poland. It's ridiculous.
You're funny.
But that's all I have to say, though. But
Well,
before I go,
well,
I just wanted to say shout out to my country of descent, Eritrea, for voting no in the UN.
oh, the security camp. Oh, you. Yeah,
Yeah,
Eritrea. They
yeah,
voted no.
yeah,
Okay,
voted
okay.
no in support of Russia. So it's the only country in Africa to do that. The other,
So, so the rest of the crew followed the New World Order.
17 of them abstained, so they didn't vote yes or no. And then the
Huh.
rest, yeah, they're for the New World Order. It's ridiculous.
Tribal African said this show has been rated 1 star. Yeah, that's because you came up here a punch hole in your racist story. Like you experienced so much racism in Ukraine, it made you want to go live in further, white countries. Come on, man. Let's not play this game. I mean, like you can pull this on somebody else, but not me.
I mean,
Okay.
we can always find racist situations. That's why it's important to speak in general terms. And the general term is people that see differences are going to notice them. And
It's
they're going
called cultural difference. Even in
yeah,
America, right? A lot of the things they call racism, it's cultural differences.
I agree.
Like you could clearly see it. Because, for instance, like a lot of the stuff that people would say they're offended by, think about it. You're the one in charge of yourself. Okay? You cannot control how other people behave, but you can control how you react to the behavior that is coming your way. That's the only thing you have control over. But if it's offending you like that, there is something in you that is broken that you need to look at. You should be looking at yourself. It's like lacking sense of, what makes sense. In Africa, there is nobody more discriminatory than Africans.
Well,
Literally.
FBA.
People next to each other, you would see like tribes, people literally, so that's why I asked Mimi, are you, do you ever discriminate? Everybody discriminates.
Yeah.
Okay. There are some people who like, 500-pound women. Some like 300-pound women. So if I don't like 300-pound women, does that mean, I'm discriminating against 300-pound woman? Maybe so. But what is wrong with that?
Yeah, it's your preference.
Yeah. Some people like fried chicken, some like hamburger.
Some like pig feet, right?
Some like pig feet or pig ear. You name it. That's all discrimination. But now they want to make it seem like, oh, you cannot, like, if your skin color is not black, you cannot reject being around blacks.
Yeah.
Like as if that's evil. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people. I don't care about being around them. That discrimination. Like I don't want to be around certain people. It is, for what some are black, some are white. What does that make me? Maybe because me and these people, we don't share the same ideology, the same way of doing things, and Poland, they're not wrong for not wanting to let other people in. They're not wrong.
I agree. And in America, that was a very good point you made about having the same skin color. They expect you to all have the same cultural interests and all that stuff. And if you don't, in the Black community in America, I can only speak for America, you're called a coon, right? If you speak English like I do properly, you're called a coon.
Yeah, well, I know that. Even the blacks themselves, how many of them have you heard? The ones that go to Africa, like Balasti just said, that say, we want to create our own Black American enclave. Like, I have never had issues with that. To me, it makes sense for them to do that because, like, not everybody's going to go there. Like, or you can speak the language, you don't know the culture. All of a sudden, you're going to be with the part of the people. No, very few can pull that off. Some go there, they mingle with the people, some don't. The people that are already there. Would I say they are discriminatory to those people or they're racist? No, it's just common sense. That's just human nature. People have the right to not associate. It's good to be nice, you know?
Yeah.
It's good to be nice, you know, but I don't see anything wrong in what Poland did. That's all.
Yeah, from a moral perspective, I would agree with you. There's nothing morally wrong with what they did, in my view.
And also accusing, so you see how they conflated the argument. So I'm saying what is being explained here, I didn't see racism. You see how that's flipped to, oh, you're saying Ukraine, nobody is racist there.
Yeah.
How would I know this? But I'm pretty sure there are people, like you said, tribal African thinks it was wrong for Ukrainians not to rent to him for whatever reason, maybe because they don't speak the same language. But he said, because I'm black. Most black people make up what the excuse is. So what they are saying, they themselves are the ones that have issues with their own skin color. So when they interact with somebody who is not black, they are assuming the victim status. I guarantee you, the Iraqis at the border, the Syrians who are getting gassed on right now, if these people see a picture of that person and an African, they'll probably, oh, look at these racist people. When they don't know, those people are the ones that are getting dogged out more than the Africans, the dark-skinned Africans. You know, I don't think the people in those areas who don't like other people is not based in just skin color. They just don't like other people who are different from them.
Was Hitler a racist?
Hitler was evil man. He used race to promote his evil agenda.
Was he a racist?
Racist is a made-up word. That's the thing.
All words are made up.
Yeah, it is a made-up word. You know why I don't like to use that word? Because now they're using it for everything. For everything.
What do you mean?
I mean, like for instance, did you see the Carl Rittenhouse situation where he shot those two white guys?
Yeah.
In the video, before he even shot that guy, the video was that one of the guys was using, you know, the N-word. It just passed everybody.
Yeah.
So black people didn't call it those people racist because the media didn't call it. In fact, up till today, there are black people that believe Carl Rittenhouse shot the people he shot were in fact black because of what the media said.
Yeah, and the reason why I mentioned, that's a good point. And the reason why I mentioned Hitler is because he was getting dogged out, right, by the Soviets, by the Western Alliance.
Right.
It doesn't mean he's not racist though, right? Or not.
Look,
See what I mean?
Again, what I'm
just
saying.
because the Ukrainians are getting dogged out,
no,
it doesn't
just
mean
like
that they can't be discriminatory.
No, I know. Just like, right, in Rwanda, what happened there, genocide, wasn't that based in differences?
Yeah.
So we cannot all of a sudden say, oh, this is inherent to the Rwandan people. Like this happened at one time amongst them, right? Just as it happened in other parts of the world. That's human beings. When hatred and evil comes in, they would use the slightest differences to hold it up. Okay? But in this situation, in this topic, that's not what we're seeing here. The black people are not the target for the Russians. They are not the target they are not the target. A Ukrainian's life is a lot more in danger.
Very
So
true.
it makes more sense for them to leave first.
Which is why the FBUs should leave first, right?
Exactly.
All right. Well, thanks for having me,
Well,
man.
thank you. I was gonna stay longer, but I really need to eat. But I'm gonna bring Nagmizi to say his last piece. All right, Nagmizi, I'm gonna bring you to say your last piece before I leave.
Well, I just, hey man, thank you for having me. You know, I apologize if I
No,
hurt
no,
your
don't.
feelings.
What are you
I want us to be
apologizing
cool.
for?
I want us to be cool, man. I want us to be cool.
Nagmizi, believe you me, right? You absolutely, you know, like we can disagree. Like there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, good.
I mean, yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine.
So
Don't.
you're still gonna set up the African drums for me in
Oh
Gambia?
yeah. You still remember that?
Yeah.
No. Trust me, man. You're fine, man. If you've been watching me all along, you know what I'm about.
Yeah, I know what you're about.
I have no problem with the debates.
Yeah, they just said you was looking real uncomfortable when we was talking. They said your body language is a little off, brother.
Oh,
And
no.
I took it easy on you. I took it easy on you because
that's nice of you.
Thank you. That's my Pan-African side.
Now you're trolling.
Yeah, of course. I'm the biggest troll on YouTube. One of the biggest trolls.
Now you're trolling the Soninke warrior.
Yeah, it's
that's
all
why.
Good, man. You know what Gambana means? Gambana.
Gambana, yeah.
What's Gambana mean?
Gambana, that's our it's an organization, The Voice.
And what is that organization for?
Well, are you talking about the anti-slave movement?
Ah, you're Sonike, you slave trader, you. I got you.
You know what? Today I know you came with the fire, and then before you leave, wow. So you had to go investigate Gambana. Wow.
Nah, I knew about Gambana like 2 weeks ago, though.
Oh, really?
I was gonna ask you about it.
Yeah.
But it was like from Mali, though.
Right.
It was like from Mali, yeah.
Well, our people stretch all the way there.
Yeah, bro. It's all good,
I see you've been doing homework.
I always do my homework, brother. That's why I'm undefeated in these YouTube streets. But man, thank you for having me.
No problem.
I just cashed out my last Black History Month credits, so I'll disappear back into FBA.
I got a ticket for you.
Okay.
I got a ticket for you. No, I got a ticket for you to on this closed African country, and you cannot say no. You cannot say no.
I will never say no, brother. Thank you for having me, and I'll see you again.
All right.
And I would super chat you, but in Holland you can't. There's no Cash App here.
Oh, okay.
I have to go to the supermarket to buy these €5 cards, and it's like a huge hassle. But if we ever link up on a continent, then extra large Jollof on me, bro.
You're crazy. All right. Thanks. Oh, let's see. Who do we have? We have Mimi, and let me have Mimi say last one piece, and then we have another person here. Mimi, you got 30 seconds, Mimi.
Hey, we agree to disagree, but you lose on this one today.
So it's win and lose for you guys.
Okay.
Amilcar, thank you for the super chat, Amilcar.
I wasn't understanding with the Young Talk one, because I know you mentioned him.
Oh, Young Talk? No, I think Young Talk, he said he wanted to help the Africans. So I'm guessing he saw the video circulating. I'm sure it comes from a place of kindness.
A
but
good place, yes.
Yeah, a good
and
place.
I applaud him for that.
Right.
Yeah, that's nice of him.
But again, like I'm not beating down on Young Talk, because Young Talk is misled, So I'm not saying his gesture was a bad thing, but how it came about. That makes sense?
Because I saw it on the internet that he was trying to help some Africans, and I think that
it comes from a place of
kindness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't trying to beat on him.
Okay, that's clear now. Well, like I said, I still love you. You're my brother. We agree to disagree. But
thank you, my sister.
What it is. Okay, all right. Have a good one.
All right. To Niger, thank you for calling in. To Niger, you got 1 minute. Go ahead.
I don't know what I have 1 minute to do. What have you done now?
What do you mean? Haven't you been listening?
You know you are guilty of so many things. So which one have you done now? What are you saying now?
Did you just come here to attack me?
You know the routine now. That's exactly what I'm here to do because we are always guilty. What are you talking about? This thing now, the Ukraine conflict.
Here in the Ukraine conflict, I gave the history, and I completely, because you see, in fact, tonight I said really good things about Nigerians on this one here. I said we have to separate the Nigerian citizens from the government. Like I played here, these Nigerians, they got together in the midst of all this chaos to coordinate to try to get themselves out of Ukraine. But instead, people want to shine light on just one little incident and crying foul, saying this is racism. You know, this is not racism. If you don't like it in the white man's land, you go home. Ghana sent their people home. They came first. Gambia, to Niger, we came and sent our people home. You see? So, but Nigeria, to be fair to the government, they did let the people know to leave ahead. Am I lying?
Yeah, they did.
They did. Yeah. They did. They did tell the people this. The whole point is, I want to prove that these FBA people that try to hijack the story of the foundational Black Ukrainians. That's what we're discussing here. Do you see any racism here?
You mean when they decided to, say, okay, Africans, Arabs,
not just Africans.
That's what I said. Arabs and other groups should stay at the border.
Yes.
And where they let only their own people go through. I don't know what you call that. If racism, the basic definition of racism is
it's called being smart.
If you are treating other people based on their ethnicity. That's racism, isn't it? So
to Niger, mind you, they let them in the border. They're not saying you, because maybe you missed that part where the Nigerian man said they contacted the Nigerian embassy for them to contact the Polish so they can discuss, because ordinary citizens cannot just go make deals at the border, right? So when the Nigerians got involved, the official, it changed. They allowed these people to hang around, and now they've had planes to come in and they're taking Nigerians home. As of 6 hours ago, I checked. That's happening. Did you know this?
Yeah, but that is true. But you have to also see some of the videos where the Nigerians are complaining that they've been there for 3 days and they won't let them cross the border to the other side.
Well, because they are illegal. They know Nigerians are using this opportunity to try to seek asylum. You guys are not going to fool the Polish.
But the problem with that is that it doesn't even matter, because this is war situation now. Whether they are illegal or not,
that doesn't. No. That does not.
In the Ukraine because there is
no. Well, that's fine. But why do they have? They can just stay at the border and board the plane. You see, Ghana now. Ghana got their people out. I don't see Ghanaians there. If we see any Ghanaian making video talking about racism, we would say, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. President Nana Addo sent, rescue flights. Why weren't you? Why weren't you
in the war front? You are telling people to discriminate against people based on whether you are worried that they are going to be illegal migrants.
Yes.
Are you mad?
No.
That is war. That is life and death situation.
Well, that's what.
Even if they are illegal migrants, automatically they turn to refugees.
No.
That is the purpose of being a refugee. What is wrong with you?
Wait, let me explain this. Wait, to Niger. Why wouldn't these Nigerians, head home? Or better yet, Slovakia, Hungary, right? Said Nigerians, they removed the visa for Nigerians to come. But they don't want to go further east and Romania. They want to head west.
So your people, first of all, your people are the most limited people for movement in the world, and now you are supporting.
Who are my people? My people went back home.
Let me tell you.
No. You see, there's a difference between foundational Black Ukrainians
let me finish
and other people. Do not make this again. You're trying to make
See,
this
what
about
you are
race.
doing, you are perpetuating
Ghana,
the same
Ghana.
machine that has
So what
kept our
about
people
Ghana?
out of any form of
So
this safety or progress.
what is the excuse for Ghana? What is your excuse here?
See, that is my point I'm making, is that you are saying that because it's our people, but the other people are fine, the Ukrainians are fine to cross the border because
Yes.
somehow they are legitimate human beings.
Because they don't have another country to go to. Their country is being bombed when the Nigerians have a country to go to.
No, when
Yes.
there is a war going on in the land, aircrafts are not flying there. Aircrafts are not flying from Ukraine.
I just told you as of 6 hours ago. As of 6 hours ago, I checked the news. Just like this is why I came and laid it out to hear what excuses people are trying to bring to say it's racist. When Ghana got their people out, now the Nigerians they can come to the border in Ukraine. Not everybody went to the Ukraine in the because there are many different entry points. Just so you know, many different entry points. So this is not all over. The picture, the video we saw.
But what you are missing is that a war has started in
to
a country.
Niger, but there is no war at the Polish border or in Slovak. There is no war there. Here, let me show you.
They can come to the border.
No. But to Niger,
Ukrainian side of the
no. To Niger, Poland is west. Okay, the fight is in Donbas and Donetsk area in the east.
Yes.
Okay, they did. They circled the Russians. Right now, they circled Ukraine. This war was over before it started. So they're allowing the Ukrainians to surrender into the West. That's how they planned
Then
it.
you can argue that the Ukrainians should not be allowed out too because it's only in the east, isn't it?
No, Ukrainians, any Ukrainian 18 to 60 have to stay and fight. Only women and children.
Exactly.
Only women and children.
So the men are still going. The men are still leaving.
No, they're not. They cannot leave if they have Ukrainian passport.
They can leave.
No, they are stopping their own people. What I just told you, Ukraine is getting bombed. The people are displaced.
Yes.
So their neighbor, Poland, and Poland is not the only country taking them in, by the way. It's letting them, it makes sense to allow your neighbors to come in, right?
It makes sense to allow your neighbors to come in, just like it makes sense for
hold on. Wait. Let's see. Charles Yahoo said, thank you for the $5 super chat. A Nigerian named Babatunde told me that their government would save them from Ukraine, unlike Ghana. Not true. That's not true.
So are you telling me if Americans wanted to cross that border, they would tell them stop?
No, they would let them through.
Why?
Because the Americans are not trying to flee to stay into Western Europe. The Nigerians are.
You see what you are doing? You are doing exactly the same thing. You are trying to uphold the machine that has been keeping Africans down.
No, I'm just explaining the logic that you and I both know.
You are explaining the logic from their point of view. Don't you get it?
Do you see what's happening to the Iraqis?
Every single
do you see
break our people
wait
saying no, they shouldn't get it because you are the gatekeeper.
Are you seeing? Do you see what's happening to the Iraqis?
I don't know what's happening to the Iraqis.
And Matifi, thank you for the €5. I think that's euro super chat. I bet most people don't make difference between Ukraine and Russia. They just see color. Exactly.
See, the way you are talking right now, you are talking
wait a minute.
European. That's the way you're talking.
Niger. Again, you see what you're doing?
You are saying they will allow US citizens through. Who told you that US citizen will leave? There's no guarantee that US citizen will leave.
Calm down.
That's your prejudice talking.
Let me explain the realities of this world.
Oh my God.
First of all, this is the truth. An American passport holds way more value than Nigerian passport.
Why?
I didn't say
because
this.
People like you are busy enforcing the same
I have no power.
that they keep on our people. Other people are allowed to move to find greener pastures. Our people are the most restricted people, and you are also advocating for that machine to work against your people even further.
Are you listening? Are you even listening to what I'm saying?
You see the inconsistency in what you just said. You just said an American, it's okay for them to travel because they just have good passports.
No. That's not what I said. Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm explaining.
Because God can come into this world and say,
I'm not, wait. I'm not telling you what I, Afridamus, want. I have no power in this. All I'm explaining is how the world is working. This is what they are showing us. Whether we agree with it or not, this is what is happening.
And that is a form of discrimination. You have to understand.
It's discrimination.
Exactly.
Yes. So and there's nothing wrong in discriminating sometimes.
Maybe that's what I'm saying. Now, if that is in short, to be fair, they've been doing this forever. It's not new. Like I said, Africans are the most restricted people from movement in the world.
And so I've said this.
That's one other layer.
That's why I said American passport holds more value than Nigerian.
We should be learning to do the same to other groups.
I agree.
Because what is going on right now is that they are denying us access to greener pastures.
Yes, they should deny you.
They preserve it for themselves.
Yes, that's smart. That's what they should be doing. Why should they let you take it? You need to go home.
Okay, that's the truth. If we are talking about that, then we are in agreement that our own people should learn how to do the same, like what they are doing too. Not to be letting them come into our countries and do whatever they like, and we invite them to come and save us whenever there's an issue in our country. This is, if that is the case, then we are on the same page on that one. I don't have any problem with that. Like I said, I'm not crying for Africans that we were discriminated against. I said we should be taking care of our business, not to be expecting them to treat us well. They've never treated us well.
Tunaya, I'm glad you understand where I'm coming from. I'm not saying these are my ideas. I'm just being blunt and pointing out what we are seeing, what is based off and what it isn't. This is survival 101. You would take in the people that you have similar cultures as, the same language, religion, which Ukraine and Poland has. You see? So they are beating these Iraqi people. They're not letting them in. They're spraying them. They're not letting them into the country. They're not even doing this to the Africans.
But if you notice one thing, the people that they are blocking out are the people that have not really fought with them. Those people that they are allowing in, if you go back 100 years, they spilled each other's blood more than any other people. The people that they are blocking are the ones that have barely done anything to them. You see, human beings,
you don't have
it rationally. Let me finish the point I'm making here. If they were doing it rationally, they will allow the other groups first. But the other group haven't done anything. It tells you what you need to understand in this world.
Tunaya, let me repeat this to you.
Race.
Tunaya.
If they will always support their own race first before they support other races.
No, wait, Tunaya. If there is, for instance, right? So Ukraine, I just gave you the history. They are neighbors. They are neighbors with Poland. They can help each other. If Poland needs help tomorrow, they're not calling Nigeria.
Or they could kill each other, just like Russia is killing them now.
Well, you can call it what it is. They are not.
Each other more than we've ever killed them.
Look, for you think everything is based off. But let me finish. Nigerians are killing each other right now. What are you talking about?
Nigerians are killing each other, but we are not busy blocking Ukrainians.
Because you cannot block them. They're not in your country like that. But you don't have the power to do it. Tunaya, it's about power. Tunaya, you are the one going to their home. Wait, you are the one flocking to their home. They're not flocking to your home. Remember that.
Well, that's why I'm telling you now.
You want people to wait. You want people. See, this is the mistake Africans make. They want people to treat them better than they even treat themselves.
No, I'm not saying that. You see, you are missing.
That's what you're saying. These people are going to treat their people, which makes sense.
I'm telling you that this is why I tell you that people behave based on tribe, race, and religion. Those are the things that, and on this case, they are preferring race over anything else.
No, they prefer their neighbors.
Oh God.
Nothing wrong with that. I trust my neighbor over strangers.
If it's a white,
Hold on.
if it's a white person that is from England, they will let that one through too.
Yes, because that's they have a
weapon from Romania, they will let that person.
Yes, because those people are not Nigerians. They're not trying to sneak into Western Europe.
But the truth is, in terms of who has spilled their blood, none of those people they are blocking has spilled their blood.
Well, again, you're the one
speaking. You see what discrimination does to people.
Hold on.
Makes people act
Wait.
irrationally.
Don't overtalk me. 1 second. Charles, thank you for your super chat here. Let me see what he said. He said, I live in Brooklyn, New York, and Ukrainians were very racist towards blacks or Africans. Put here.
Yeah.
They used to kick us out of their stores while patronizing. Not, of course.
These people are viscerally racist.
Again, right? I'm not saying some people might not base things in race, but in this case, this situation here, Poland, it makes sense for them to help Ukrainians before they help Nigerians. Because if Poland needs help, Ukrainians can help them. Nigeria cannot. Let's just be real.
I know. I
You
agree
support who supports you. You
No, I agree
support
with
who
you on
supports
that
you.
front. See,
Why would you help people who look at these Nigerians running out of Ukraine? They're not standing to fight.
I agree with you on that one.
Like why would you support somebody who's only going to help themselves when chaos comes? They pack their bag and run.
But remember, they are fewer in number. They are very in terms of the
They can
population
pick up Kalashnikovs and join the Ukrainians.
To show you how petty they are compared to the Ukrainian population. Those immigrants are tiny in number, and yet even how petty they are, to show you how petty they focus on them and say, you know what, let's just keep. And these people are the people that were involved with Hitler and all those things that happened before.
Yes, that did happen. They have neo-Nazis there.
They're fighting based on race. So they are the way they behave. They are extremely.
Well, in Nigeria, the people.
bloodthirsty.
But to Nigeria, it happens in Africa too. We have the Hutus and the Tutsis. We have in Nigeria. We have the Fulani. Killing is killing.
Child's play.
Killing is killing.
That child's play. And ours, if you look at ours, it's often engineered from outside. Most of it. Remember the Hutu and Tutsi one? There was a plane crash today. They still haven't found out who crashed that plane that triggered the whole thing. You don't know how these things occur.
Tunaja, why did you guys, Nigeria vote to condemn Russia, but South Africa refused to vote, but they are being beaten. South Africans are getting beat up by the Ukrainians. How come you guys?
When people, what I'll do now when people tell me something, why do Nigerians do this? You know what? Make me Nigerian president, then I will answer you. Because all this stuff we keep saying Nigeria does. See, Nigeria, the way they look at this is that they say, okay, they probably thought about it like, hey, we are not very strong.
Tunaja, just like Tunaja, do you know Nigeria is not different than Ukraine? There are groups, separatist group in Nigeria trying to divide the country. They want to have their own country.
Yes.
That's what's going on in Ukraine. You know this, right?
This is going on across Europe.
No, but this is what's going on in Ukraine.
Yes.
Same thing.
Yeah.
So you cannot point fingers at these people. Hold on. Let me allow somebody else. KBM, welcome to the show. What do you want to add to this? Do you think this is race-based or what makes sense?
As far as the official decisions on letting people on trains or across the borders, no, it's not racist at all. Individual people who are going to be like, oh, I don't want these black folks in my country, this and that. And of course, they're not going to let that be known, but their attitudes might go ahead and give off that vibe that they're actually being racist.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely racists out there. But for the most part, you got to really think about it. This whole women and children first thing, that started with the British down in South Africa over a shipwreck. Okay. And if you look at the American maritime law, okay, that doesn't even apply. But yet it's something that the world has adopted for popularity reasons, or basically what it was for is for people who are weaker than somebody else.
Right.
You try to help the weaker person. to get out of the way, and that could be an older man, could be a younger man with a broken leg, children, of course. There's a lot of women that are able-bodied, and they're with organizations right now, and they're helping with relief efforts and stuff like that in storms. But no, officially, I don't think it's racist. Individually, with a lot of people, depending on how they are inside, yeah, they're
Yeah,
definitely
but
being racist.
like if you look at it, like for instance, this conversation I'm having with Tunaja, you're hearing it, right? Like Tunaja is giving the example that if this was a British person, American person, they would let them through. And I said yes, right? And I agree that there's going to be discrimination, but not all discriminations are bad. Some discriminations make sense.
Right.
No, this one doesn't make sense. This one doesn't make. That's why I just said it that these people haven't killed them.
Hold on, Tunaja,
The
wait.
only thing they hate about this people is that maybe this woman just come and claim asylum in their country or refugee.
Yes,
That's
so they
all
don't want that. They want them to go back.
Exactly, that's my point.
And
You
nothing
hate
wrong
them
with
so
that.
much.
No,
Let me
it's
finish
not
my point.
hate.
It's
They
not
want them.
logical.
No,
It's not
Tunaja,
logical. Because
Tunaja,
these people
it's not
haven't killed
hate.
them. These people haven't done anything wrong to them.
But Tunaja, why don't these Nigerians want to go back to
But maybe
Nigeria?
see, all I say is that I'm not crying for mercy here. I'm just saying
Then
that
what are you
have
crying
to call
for?
something for what it is.
No,
Then
it's
you can also take responsibility that maybe we too should do the same. You see what
when
I mean?
you say we, like
Black people should do the same thing that they are doing to us.
really, what white countries do you see flocking to African countries?
Exactly. If they are not flocking to African countries, then keep them out. All the ones that are coming for
Tunaja,
business, let's keep them out the way they are keeping us out.
Nigerians,
Let's see how they will enjoy it then.
Tunaja, Nigerians need Ukraine more than Ukraine needs them.
Okay, so go away then. If we see, my point is that I understand why they do what they do, because like you said, they will see a Japanese person, they may actually let the Japanese person through.
Because Japanese have money.
Exactly, because
Yes.
they also know that the Japanese will bring resources to them instead of taking anything out.
So you want them to reject person bringing resources versus who isn't?
No, see, at the heart of it is power. They fear that there will be repercussions to them if they do something wrong with the Japanese.
Whoa, Tunaja, repeat that. Repeat that.
At the heart of it is about power.
Thank you. You've nailed it.
No, I've never denied that our people
you've
are
nailed
the
it.
biggest failures. And
Yes,
let me tell you this one. Let me put it at the foot of that. The precision, the precise place where the blame belongs is just people like you, Afrodimus, like me. No, like me and all the men.
Why are you blaming? What did I do?
All the men that carry the title black men. This is our whole shame. Because
why is this my shame? I am not a Nigerian.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
I am not.
Tell you
Look,
why.
wait. I am not hanging around in some border begging to enter. Tunaja, I am an American. I have American passport.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Go into another man's country that has been built
yes.
for you to go and enjoy.
I
That's
know.
why I said you should be
because
ashamed.
Because smart.
Those men, they don't have 5 heads.
Yes.
They are like you that built your country and you go and scrounge on it.
That's
and
right.
think that it's a prideful thing to do.
Yes.
You know why? That's why I said the shame belongs on
okay,
our Let me finish my point. So when you look at Asian men, some of them are barely 5 foot tall. Some of even the Japanese, if they put them in front of Masamara, they will look like this in dwarfs. But yet, these were able to defend their people and keep the environment safe and get the respect that they deserve. But what have we done for ourselves? You are proud running to America, a country some other woman's husband built for you to come and enjoy. And this is why I say the blame belongs at the foot of black men. We have not done our job. And when we keep complaining that, they discriminate against us here, or according to Afrodemons, it's logical for them to discriminate against you while I'm an American citizen, enjoying the work of another man. What have you done to empower your people, to change things, to reverse the trends of weakness that is displayed by our community? We are over 1 billion strong, and what have we done with it? We are just here talking about how the Japanese can be allowed through and American will be allowed through the gates because of this type of attitude where we think that our people always deserve the worst. Why should we always deserve the worst?
Hey, Tunaja, you want to know what it takes for a Caucasian, an American, or Canadian to actually get into Kenya?
Yeah? Well, what do you mean? Sorry.
Okay. Well, first of all, you need a passport. Second, you're going to need a visa if it's not visa free. And then with this COVID stuff, you're going to have to do everything like anybody else, no matter what the skin color or nationality of where they're coming from. So I don't get any special treatment when I go back home to Kenya. And by the way, I'm a foundational Kenyan by marriage.
Wait, you're foundational, so FKU?
FKBM.
FKBM, okay, yeah. Okay.
So, but basically, to Niger, that's what I'm saying. When I go to Kenya, right?
Hold on, let me
even,
say something here real quick.
Or
Sorry.
even when I go back to America, I'm going to have to provide my documentation back in America. I'm going to have to fill out the little affidavit paper saying, you know, where I'm coming from, where I'm going to, how much money do I have on me. It's just like everybody else on the plane. There's absolutely no difference. But this is not even wartime. But when it's at wartime, and if this is the actual protocols that they have to follow, then they're going to follow. I'm not going to fault them for that. What I am going to fault anybody for is if they're going to treat people in a way that they're not supposed to be treated. It's outside the protocols, and we know what that is. Discrimination outside of discrimination. So basically, the other thing I want to bring up as far as discrimination, not all discrimination is bad. It's needed.
Some discrimination is very much needed.
Right. So we'll just take America on this point right here, and then we'll take Nigerians coming to America. You have mostly legal Nigerians in America, and then you have a few illegal Nigerians. So the illegal Nigerians or Palestinians or whatever country they come from, right? There's discrimination within the law saying you cannot come to the country of the US without going through the proper protocols. So every country has something like this. So I don't see why the Ukraine or Poland should be any different.
Because the Nigerians,
Because
they're
when
using.
somebody becomes a refugee,
Okay.
then
The first word you said was
they are not refugees. You have your own country. You can go, but they can go back to their own country. They are not refugees.
But while
Poland don't have to take them.
Oh,
Poland, let's allow St. James also to speak. But before I go, Mimi said here, Tunaja gave you smoke. I'm like, oh, okay. And somebody's like, Afridamos is married to a white woman. Okay. Why do you guys want to see somebody give quote unquote smoke?
Exactly.
I had to go use the bathroom. I've been here for hours. But they think if I leave it's quote unquote smoke. No, we're just having conversations. But Tunaja, the Nigerians should go home. Okay? Should go home. And some of these people that hide behind these avatars, is Afridamos married to a white woman? Are you guys trying to find out if I'm married or not?
Let me tell you something.
But allow St. James.
All of them
Allow St. James.
Some of them have children of 2 months
They
old.
did let those people through.
National. They didn't let them through. Stop going
yes,
on.
They did. They did.
Oh my God.
Nigeria.
Why we saw them on video? We saw them on video. They were not being let through. A woman with 2 months old child at the station, they didn't let her through.
Tunaja, I saw. Tunaja, I saw where Nigerian, they asked him, they said, the people that have documentation, Ukrainian documentation from Nigeria, are they letting them through? The guy said, yes. He said the people they are not letting through is the ones who are illegal.
I don't know that. I'm not.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the person. No, wait. This person is there, Nigerian man.
The ones you are calling illegals are probably students. Many of them are students.
No. The students are not. There are some who, before even the war, they've been there. We know people travel to Ukraine and these countries to try to travel into Western Europe. They didn't want to join that Buhari free flight because they want to use this as refugee status. And nothing wrong with them.
Exactly. Why do you have any problem with that?
I don't. But again, if Poland has a problem with it, you shouldn't have a problem with it either. Let's allow St. James.
I have a problem with that when you are separating
keep your people
child with the mother and everything from traveling.
No. Again,
the video is out there. Why do you keep saying no? I don't understand. The video is
out
there.
Didn't you guys,
why did they make it up?
Tunaja, does Ghana have more money than Nigeria?
2-month-old child is probably from Ukraine.
Okay, does Ghana have more money than Nigeria?
How is that question even rational?
No, just answer yes or no.
Nigeria has more money than Nigeria, obviously.
Does Gambia have more money than Nigeria?
No.
How did you see how you quickly said this? The Ghana one, you hesitated, but I'm glad. Yes. Wait. Wait a minute. When you were saying, oh, we should be ashamed, Tunaja, I am not ashamed. Okay, because you know why? We did not leave our people in the cold in Poland at the border crying, Mama. That's not what we did.
What?
We saved our people promptly, just like Ghana. Just like Ghana.
Wow.
That's what we did.
I saw Ghanaians there. What are you talking about?
Ghanaians saved their people. Zambia.
Ghanaians among the people that were.
Well, these are the Ghanaians again who want to follow some of the other Nigerians, the Iraqis, to try to enter Western Europe.
So why are you making it about nationality then? If you know
because because Nigeria has 4,000 people there. Over 4,000. Huh?
So, but it's not about nationality.
Again, and the people they showed about this racism, they said, "Oh, look at it! It is the Nigerians." Remember the
Iraqis are there. Stop going on.
Remember the China virus? The China virus over there in China. Remember they said, "Oh, look at it is Africans they are discriminating against," and we turn out it's not Africans, it's Nigerians. Wherever there's problem, even in planet Mars, you know. Let's allow St. James.
Oh my God, you have now gone into the Zadi direction now. It's Nigerians now, eh?
Alpha this is what I was trying to say though. To Naja, on one debate, Nigeria cannot be a superpower, and on a different debate, Nigeria is just getting smacked now everywhere they go.
Yeah.
So you have to pick a side. What are you guys like? Are you a superpower? Are you an international pariah? So every time we see African being represented in the West, no, let me finish. Every time we are seeing African being represented in the West, it has something to do with Nigeria. This time is Ukraine. 2 years ago was China. Okay, bro, what is going on here? So are you a superpower or you are not?
We are not a superpower.
Okay. So no. Your people are not saying that when they talk to Africans. Your people are not saying that. You know, it's
we talk like a superpower.
If you want to lead, I'm showing that you want to lead, right? You want to be a leader. That's why you go to debates. You go to lives. You go to conversation.
I'm trying to learn.
You're proud of yourself as a Nigerian, and you speak proudly of Nigeria. And as African, we sit here, we listen. No, the world already said Nigeria is a superpower in Africa. We acknowledge that.
I've even said it. I've even said it here.
I've never said anything about Nigeria being a superpower in Africa.
But every time Africans portrayed is being portrayed in a bad light, and every time in Nigeria is standing by it. So this is getting embarrassing to us, bro. So honestly, it is.
That's why I put it at the foot of our men.
Not ours. Tonight we saved our people. Ghana saved their people. Zambia.
This is exactly the attitude that got us where we are today.
No.
Look, let me finish my point. You just said just now that Ukraine and Poland, they're helping each other. Men, both sides helping each other. What are you doing now? You're saying my people.
Right.
We are the shameful ones.
Nigerian government. Wait, Tunaja.
Especially you, Aphrodimos. You are the one considering because this
what have I done? You're not answering the question.
We did our own, but at the same time, you're saying Ukraine is helping Russia, Poland is helping Ukraine because they are the same.
You are letting him. Run away. On one hand, you cannot be a superpower, and tomorrow you can't.
Why do you keep saying superpower?
You said
what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
What you guys are saying.
I never said anything.
I have said it. I have said it.
You are the one that say it. I never say it. For me, as I criticize Nigeria
you guys, Tunaja, you guys are no longer the superpower in
not a superpower.
Ghana. No. No.
What is wrong with
Look,
you?
Ghana.
No sub-Saharan African country
Ghana.
hasn't come anywhere remotely close to that.
Tunaja, Africa, ask him how many jobs Nigerians have created for West Africans. How many jobs have you created?
Oh my God!
How many
Do you know how many
opportunities have
people
you
to
created?
Nollywood? What are you talking about?
Okay,
Nollywood.
okay,
You ask a question.
Nigerians are coming in everybody else's country.
Let me answer. Go ahead and talk.
Nigerians are coming in everybody else's country in the West, like in West Africa. They have created jobs. They have been welcome.
Nollywood in Nigeria.
Hold on, Tunaja, let him finish. Let him.
No.
He said for West Africans, where West Africans can come.
Give me the industry that you guys have created for all of us here in your countries, because we have. In our country, we have.
Okay, the industry Nigeria has created is Nollywood.
That includes Nollywood. What? Yes. How is Nollywood helping West Africans?
Because I see it's not helping, or it can't help everybody. Nollywood is the second largest employer.
But no, what he's saying why is always Nigerians are finding jobs in all of West Africa, including Gambia, and now we are seeing them in.
So foreigners are not in Nigeria. Okay.
Let me finish. Now we are seeing them. We saw them in when the China virus came, and then I was like, oh, here they did it. I checked in India. We saw them in India also. There was another problem over there in India. We check over in South Africa. You know, there's so much going with Nigerians. They said there was xenophobic attack before this issue in Ukraine, less than 2 weeks ago in South Africa. But now the South Africans are in line with the Nigerians in Donetsk. No, that's the war area around Poland. That's what's going on.
Of course, because when it comes to shove, we realize that we are all the same.
No, wait, no.
With Ghanaians, even at that border.
Hold on.
Did they say, oh, you are Ghanaians or you are Nigerian?
Let me thank Matifi for he's contributing to the show. Who is the right man? Who in the right mind would move to Ukraine or Poland? They are equally poor. Locals are coming here every summer to work. See, this is a white man in Europe. You see, Tunaja? Yeah. This is a white man in Europe. And I know what is happening. And I'm not faulting these people for this, okay? I know they are coming. They want to enter Poland so they can make it to Western Europe. I'm not bashing. I'm not going against them for that. But the Polish also peep the game. They have the right to stop them. And I want to thank Nekmizi for the $20. He said, St. James, Mud Hut. Let me bring St. James in. So Nekmizi wants to shout out St. James. So, but
I got the money. I got the money. We're going to build a mud house in Brooklyn.
Yeah. So, Tunaja, this is a good question that St. James asked you, because you see.
What question was it?
Because we are seeing the same pattern across, even in Kenya, there's, Nigerians there. I bet you Mogadishu, they are there too. Okay? So by now, what St. James is saying, we as Africans, we're getting embarrassed constantly, and it's not us doing it. It's not our doing. Every time we turn, we see the green, the Nigerian flag. Every time we turn. So we have to be honest about this so that we can solve this problem. That's all the man is saying, and I agree with him.
Part of this is Nigerians generally have the numbers. That's true, obviously. And secondly, whenever you see these crowds doing stuff and you hear the Nigerians, it doesn't mean that they are all Nigerians in that group. And that is something that people always forget. When people commit crime, sometimes they even claim Nigerian, because they know that if they say their country will not take them very well, because they are going to be in trouble in their country.
So you're saying these are fake criminals?
Oh no, they are real criminals. Don't make that mistake. I'm saying that the numbers of people that you see doing some of all these things is because Nigerians have such a large number in terms of population. Not to mention the fact that they travel more. Given their population, they travel more than most African groups. So that is why you see Nigerians everywhere. But does that mean that the tiny proportion that are doing this something wrong?
So the Polish. So you see, okay. For instance, Okay, let's say the Polish people today, they say, you know what, we want to be fair. We want to hire, an African American. We found Afridamus to write our temporary immigration law for these Africans, since he's from Africa like them. Afridamus and St. James. Do you think, would you agree with whatever solution we come up with for the Polish people?
I'm sorry, I did not hear that question though.
No, I said if the Polish give us the privilege to write their temporary immigration status, well, I'll be in charge of it. To Niger, would you agree with the conclusion I come up with? I'm an African, just
Why
like
would
you.
I give you that conclusion? How would you give me the right to write the constitution?
No, I would write how they should, deal
Why would
with
I let you?
immigrants.
You are basically I don't know what to call you. You are not even. I don't know whether you are even qualified to call yourself an African anymore. Because why should they allow you to write that kind of stuff? They should allow somebody that believes in the people of Africa to write it, because you see yourself as an American right now. You have almost literally written yourself out of the continent. So why should I let you write it?
Didn't you just see me claim Gambia too?
Okay, fair point.
You know what they call dual citizenship? Have you heard of that?
Gambia, yes, but they shouldn't give you the immigration thing to write. They should give it to me. I'm very good.
No,
and I will just make it. I will make it for sub-Saharan African country.
No,
free visa entry. It's very simple.
To Niger.
Yes.
Let's just be real, okay?
Real?
We understand, right?
Hold on. I'm as real as anything. I will make it free visa.
To Niger, you remember, I'm sure you know this, right? It is, even though when you came, you mentioned this, how African passports are, tend to have more restriction, right? To many places.
Yes.
So it's difficult for Africans to get visas, and Africans know this.
Yes.
But Africans figure out another way to bypass this, right or wrong. And when Africans, but to conquer those ways, if you're caught and blocked, right? Africans didn't used to cry, they just try again. Like what happened to the crying?
I don't understand why you say they are crying.
But you're here complaining about your people fleeing Nigeria. And you're trying to shame me, a person who is not. I'm all the way in America, with the American passport. I told you the privilege that the American passport has. With me too, Niger, I keep it real. I'm not gonna come here and lie to people. I'm going to tell them what would give them the advantage. People should get out of their feelings and find what will work, so that people don't get stuck.
Did you hear what this guy said? There's a Nigerian mayor in Siberia. I don't know, man. What are they doing in Siberia? I don't know. Nigerians, they are everywhere.
Today, what stopped Africans to put power under the passport today? What stopped them today?
Right.
What stopped them today is because we as men have not done our due diligence. Nigerian men have not done their due diligence, just like many African men.
No, we're talking about Nigeria. Other African countries.
I'm answering you straight.
No, other Africans.
As direct
as to Niger. I'm not gonna let you spread a false narrative. The Ghanaians.
Let me ask the question another way. Me on the outside looking in right now, being a Nigerian, right? And I'm asking two Nigerians a question. Your country is being a superpower in Africa. Why don't your passport has a weight? I'm just asking you. As a superpower.
Because you know why? You know why? Breaking news. We are not superpowers.
How come South Africa can have more, their passport have more weight than you guys?
Because South Africans generally don't travel as much. They don't have much need to travel.
No. I disagree.
And if they put restriction on the South Africans, remember it affects, the ones that they like to allow through Polish border. It also affects them. So they have to consider that too. So you have to, these things, the people that they are targeting are us.
Tunaya, not all Africans are the same. South African passport can go to places where most Africans can go to.
Like I said,
free of visa.
There is a group in South Africa that they don't want to restrict.
No, even hold on. Hold on. Why are you whispering? Hold on. Somebody, let me thank Ashanti Warrior. Ashanti Warrior, thank you for the $5 super chat. Wait.
There's a group in South Africa that don't want to restrict too.
Okay, wait. Ashanti said Nigeria as a country has failed Africa. With the highest GDP on the continent, they sure could do better, set a better example. Sub Afridamus. I agree. Tunaya. Nigeria, again, you said, how come South Africans, their passport can go to many places? No problem. Visa free.
Yes, because South Africa, one, to be fair to South Africa, the economy is a lot more
robust,
richer. I don't know, they're wealthy. They are more wealthy in terms of the economy, not GDP. The economy, they have real wealth in terms of stock markets. And secondly, the people in there, don't ever underestimate. The people in there is part of the reason why the restriction is not as strong. But there is still restriction. You don't make no mistake. There's still restriction.
Let's make it short. For all these powerful Igbos and Hausas who got the money, so who love to travel, just forgot to put power in the passport. They just forgot out of the blue. Oh, we don't need we don't want our passport to be powerful, but we love to travel. We love to be seen as powerful people in Africa, but we don't want that power, right?
We don't have it. That's the problem. And why everything I've been saying for how many months, people have not been listening. We don't have power. Don't mistake it. We don't. Even the so-called Black South Africans, I think they have power. They don't.
No, you see, you are hating on Black South Africans. They can go wherever.
God, I'm not hating on anybody. I'm telling you what I believe is the truth from my own point of view.
The Black South Africans, you want to hit on them, they can go with their passport. They can go to all these countries that Nigerians are not allowed to enter. You do realize this.
Afridamus, do you know a country, an oil-producing country with the same status as Nigerians' passport? Can you tell me one country, like outside of Africa?
Well, they have free visa to Slovakia these days.
If a South African is being blocked from going into Poland, that's a Black South African, by the way, not a white one.
No, they're not. They're not blocking. Look, they told her to hang out at the border and wait for the plane. That's what's happening.
Seriously, this Afrodemus, seriously.
I've seen it.
Until this will bury you before you believe that this will mean business. What is wrong with you?
So wait, Tunaya, what in your mind, right? How do you come up with this to believe that what I'm saying? I'm the one perpetrating this. I'm the problem. How did you come to this conclusion when I'm the one enlightening people and bringing the truth?
See, in one tone, you talk as if you are just providing them the information. In another tone, you are advocating and supporting the system. No, you are supporting it, not the truth. It's not the truth because you are bought into their lies or bought into their narrative. You shouldn't do that. You have to create your own narrative. And you talk about us trying to gain power. How can you gain power when you are following some other person's narrative? You have to change it and make your own narrative be the dominant one.
We just listen to these Nigerians speak, man. That's enough. We just listen to them, man. And every time it's Nigerian, it's like something happened today in Canada. Trust me, you're going to see Nigerians again over there. Even if
believe me, I'm getting fed up with it. It's almost like you can't turn over a rock and Nigeria doesn't show up from there. I don't know where or not they show.
Listen. I'm
getting tired of it myself.
I know Nigerians are everywhere, right? But for some reason, they kind of take the spotlight every time. They talk for everybody. For some reason, it's like I don't get that. That's the part I'm just trying to tell you. I know you guys are 250 millions in Nigeria. I get that.
It's just 200 million. It's not
okay. 200. Okay, I got you.
Why do people keep always
but every time, even in Canada, in the widest part of the earth, you will see a Nigerian speaking for Africans, bro. Listen, man, that's kind of funny right now. So gather together. Please gather together. If your country, like you said, if you ain't got it,
I didn't say
I thought
anything.
You did. I thought you did. I thought you got something going on for yourself over there in that country. If you don't,
Nigeria all
no,
the time.
I get your point, but like, listen, man. For us, Africa, man, we got small countries over here, man. No, we don't try to. We're not trying to do that. We don't try to seek for
I hope
Africans.
Nigeria learned from Ghana and Gambia and Zambia. I hope they learn something here.
Nigeria, a mayor in Siberia. What are these people doing there?
Yes, that's.
These people, you can't throw a rock and they are everywhere. Every time people complain about Nigerians, every part of the world is.
They are in Greenland too.
Something I find interesting though is that it's only our own people that call Nigerians arrogant. The other groups don't.
Really?
Yes, they don't.
Nobody
They don't
calls.
see that
Hold on, wait. So other people are just blind.
No,
they don't see.
Europeans don't call us arrogant. They never
Really?
do. Yeah, maybe because we are not a threat to them or in anything.
Oh, okay.
But the point is, it's
That's
only
not.
Africans
That's
that call
not.
us
That's
arrogant.
not. That's not what I heard. That's not what I hear in America. But okay, you can tell yourself this.
I've never had one European say, "Oh, Nigerians are arrogant," ever.
Well,
It's
yeah,
always
sure.
the Africans that do that.
Oh, it's only the
I don't know
Africans.
why.
No, no one speak about you being arrogant, man. It could.
He's trying to
this could be
shift
an
it.
African
They do that
thing.
a lot. They do that a
But
lot.
when you hear
Nigerians.
Nigerians speak, I'm speaking like, oh, we're proud of ourselves. Like they're trying to make other Africans feel less of themselves or something. It's like I heard that too, right? So,
I think some of those Nigerians that
I
do
don't
that,
pay
they're just
attention.
being silly, really.
I don't pay attention to that, but sometimes you can hear all these little words.
You know what? They are scared to be arrogant towards the whites.
Maybe that's what's going on, or
Yeah.
maybe we are being conditioned to turn against the
No,
traits. Let me tell you something.
when are you going to take personal accountability? Because if you look at it, right?
You're not letting me finish.
No, because everything is outside. We all from Africa. Why aren't they saying these things about the other Africans like us? How come?
Because, like I said, you see, one other guy that keeps talking about these things, he has a YouTube channel that talks about some of the reasons why they target Nigerians. It's because some of these people, the way they do things, according to him, his belief is that the way the Europeans do things is that they don't come directly; they use.
Okay, Tunaja, let me ask you this. Tunaja, in Ghana, right? You talked about how Ghanaians kicked Nigerians out.
Yeah.
Okay. In South Africa, they want them out. In China, they want them out. In India, they want them out. In Malaysia,
China, they wanted everybody out.
In Malaysia, they want them out. In Kenya, they want them out.
Yes.
Now in Poland, they want them out. Like what is it about Nigerians wherever they go? They don't want them there.
Where all the other people are, they also want them out. They also want black people out. Let's face it.
But how come they're not? I'm just saying, okay, fair enough. You could say that, but how come other people? Because there are other blacks in South Africa as well. Even South Africa, these are black people. They just like Ghana and other places. They all seem to have issues with Nigerian, and now they, the Polish people too. You're accusing them of racism. South Africa, xenophobia. Ghana, hatred. Like it's always Chinese racist. The people in planet Mars. Some alien shit. Like what's going on?
The truth is, people target Nigerians because they believe that they are a little bit too aggressive with stuff. I can't fully explain it. All I can tell you is that some of the things they are targeting Nigerians for, they are not as guilty as people make it sound. Because if you look at South Africa, like the last xenophobic riot, what triggered it off, everybody assumed that it was Nigerian, but it wasn't Nigerian that triggered it off. It was some other event, some other nationality that did the stuff that triggered the whole thing. It tells you that something else is lying underneath it. Everywhere Nigerians,
but it's happening, in separate areas, and there are other Africans, but for some reason, hold on. Okay, allow UFC. Wait, Tunaja. Allow.
Come on, you can't just have a go at me. Don't let me answer the question.
Tunaja, he's been here for a while. Let him talk too.
Okay, go ahead.
UFC super fan. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Nigeria.
Nigeria. Welcome to the show. What do you want to say about this topic?
Yeah, what I want to say is that the reason why most times we are always at the forefront of every issue is that sometimes when we witness injustice, we like to speak out. You understand me? Sometimes our reaction may be too dramatic, but we like to speak out. We don't just quiet like some other people like that. We like to, speak up. That might be, some people might take that as something else, but we normally like to stand for ourselves.
But
You
do you
understand me?
see a problem with that? Where
I don't hold on. Just okay, just for instance, if every other like if we well maybe Nigerians over there in the Ukraine just decided to keep quiet, not say anything, and allow ourselves to take all the bullshit that was going on in the border, I think maybe
But did you see what's happened? The
yes, I
Iraqis.
saw. Hold on. I saw some of the video.
Mhm.
You understand me? All of us, we saw some most of the video online. There was the one I saw. There was a woman carrying a little baby, and the Ukraine weather is very, very cold. You understand? At least they should have at least let the women go.
They
You
did.
understand me?
They did. They gave priority to the Ukrainians first.
I
They are all-
understand, but they should have at least give priority to
They-
the women.
No, they
Even if they are
did.
black
To
or
the
yellow, they should have hold on. They should have give priority to all the women and kids.
No. That's not how it works. You protect your own women first, your own
In a
people.
war?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Like in a war. Yes. You protect your own people first.
Hold on.
The Ukrainians, right? Hold on. The Ukrainians, wait.
Let me say this. Did you know that most of all these people, they are students and they pay more. They pay their raw cash every semester for the school.
It doesn't matter in the West.
It doesn't matter.
It means nothing.
They are students. They are not paying more than.
It means nothing. It means
They
nothing.
cannot pay more than the Ukrainian citizens. Remember, this is their country. They built all that. However, a student.
Nobody cares about your money in the West. You
They are
understand
not
that?
hold on. They are not attending those universities for free. They pay. They pay for.
Right. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is, like the Nigerian government, right,
Yeah.
issued a warning to say people need to leave, take personal accountability and leave, right?
Yeah. They did.
They did. And Ghana and other countries, they brought planes, those who want to leave, to board the plane to leave. Right?
Yeah.
So fine,
Nigeria,
yes. These people, you
Nigeria-
come to the country, right? Wait, you come there.
Nigeria government also did the same thing. So what's the problem?
That's what I'm saying. Nigerian government, as of, like I said, 6-7 hours ago, they still, taking their people out. So the people that were saying it's racist, I'm saying it's not, because ordinary citizens who don't have papers into that country cannot negotiate with the border people. That's why the Nigerians had to contact their officials so that the officials can contact the Polish. That's when they let them corral into the border there so they can board the plane and leave. Slovakia, wait,
you know your rule now, Mr. UN.
Tunaja,
You know,
do not
you know
wait,
the
Tunaja,
your rule for
Tunaja,
refugee status now.
Tunaja. Why are you interrupting the host? Come on, man.
Okay, Your Highness, go ahead.
Jesus, I mean, like I get it.
Can
Like,
I say one word? Can I say one sentence for my Nigerian brothers, man? One thing I learned, man, you cannot lead from behind. Honestly, you got to understand what you guys are doing.
You know what? Let me bring in
You
a
can't
South
lead from behind.
African. Let me bring in a South African, because
God.
yes, I'm gonna bring in a South African. Josie, go.
Oh my God!
Thank you
This
for
guy
joining
of all
us,
the-
Josie.
This guy is a bottom feeder, man.
Look,
He's not-
Tunaja, don't interrupt the show. Can you be nice to Josie? Can you at least say hello to the man?
He's my man, but still, though. Come on.
Thank you, Josie.
Came on. You don't have manners.
Josie, what do you want to say about what you heard? Yeah.
Look, personally, I think what Nigerians don't understand is that people don't have a problem with them because they're proud or they speak out for themselves. Other people speak out for themselves. I think, unfortunately, some of the bad elements that come from their community have crept out, and that's what's given them a bad name in many countries. That's the main issue with Nigerian nationals. Are all Nigerians bad? By all means, no. But I think this whole dancing around, oh no, we're so proud. Oh no, it's this and that. No, it's not because you're proud. It's not because you're loud. It's annoying that you're loud, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is unfortunately some of the bad elements that people have an issue.
So
That's
if
it.
that is the case, the Colombians and the Mexicans and all those people that are capable, that have done even worse things, that in terms of really, really
They've
decimating
done worse
countries,
thing than who? Nigerians?
drugs. See, come on, let me explain.
Did you hear about the Nigerian mafia? Who's running drugs in Europe? Let's
Oh
not
my!
go
You
there.
see, now it's
I have
Nigeria.
done this show here.
Nigerians are the ones creating the cocoa farm, the coca farm, and the heroin. This thing, they are the ones growing it all, isn't it? Because
To Niger.
you see,
Let's
this is.
not.
Can I?
Every time we
Oh my
talk,
God!
you
You're not going
always
to let me
trying
talk.
to
Go ahead. Go ahead.
shift. Go ahead. Go ahead.
See, you are
To
just
Niger.
saying that we are the bad ones. I'm just trying to reveal that maybe something else is going on here. Because when people talk about Nigeria, especially our own people, because you notice that the white people are not the ones that do that.
Yes, they do. White
That's
people
not
make
true.
whole.
They live it for
White
us
people
to
make
imitate it.
That's not true,
No,
documentaries.
they
Tunaja.
don't.
To Niger.
Tunaja, that's not true.
That's not true.
They
White
leave it for
people.
us. See, they've
That's
not
not
made
true.
a video about Nigerians for how many years now? Any serious
I
video
just
anyway?
played it here to Niger. What are you
Which one?
talking
Tunaja,
about?
that's
I
not
just
true.
did a show. Remember the show you gave me at the cry?
Yeah, the black ass one. The black ass one. Is that the one you are talking about?
To Naja, if people hated Nigerians, man, the music and the movies, man, wouldn't be popping like that, bro.
Exactly. So
Let's be
this is
honest.
my
So,
point. This is my point of
okay, so don't make
everything.
it seem like we hate Nigerians, bro.
No, but there's an element. See, there's an element of it that our people, because we have been conditioned to think like this about our own people. This is how we divide.
So to Niger, how come it's only Nigerians? That's my whole point. You know, you keep saying this.
Nigeria
You acting like you're the only country. What?
Nigeria is a significant country. We are competing with
So
France.
the other countries are not significant?
Look at what they did to this in Ethiopia recently.
No, the other countries are not significant.
Oh, guess what? They are significant, but not in the way Nigeria is to.
Oh, Nigeria is so significant. They are always smacking Nigerians, you know, around whenever there's crisis.
Tunaja, can
They
I just say
pick
this?
that on them.
You hear what you're saying now? You hear what you're saying now?
Can I say one thing before I
That's my
go?
point.
No, because when you
Can I just
say
say
this,
one
I'm
thing before I
confused.
go? Just one
See,
thing.
when you are in an environment, when you come to an environment, you do for the biggest guy and you knock that one down, because when you knock the big one down, others will be, they'll
Can I
find it
just
hard
say
to
this?
get up.
Oh,
You know
Tunaja,
that
can
rule
I
already.
just say
So
this?
stop pretending OGs. You know the rule.
Okay,
If
let
you take the
this
biggest
man
guy
talk.
down, the other guys can't be able to stand.
Okay, let the man talk.
Tunaja.
Go ahead.
Look, Tunaja, from like some of the Nigerians that I speak to over here, what they tell me is that some of the things that they went through in their own country have put them in a positions where they have to survive by all means. I think whatever it is, like there needs to be a solution there, to help people's lives become better, so they don't have to how do I put this? So they don't have to do everything that they can to survive. Even because from what they're telling me, they're going through a really tough time there. That's why they forced to get out of their country. And of course, some of them were doing some of those things in their country. So I think someday, people should start working on fixing it, the problem there, and hopefully help Nigerians out, But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Josie Gold, I got a question for you. What's up with the crime rate in the Joburg?
Well, it's not as high as it used to be, but it's still.
It is very high, man, for an African country.
Oh, come on.
Johannesburg used to be really, really, really violent. It's high.
Okay, it's still violent though.
I've lived here my whole life.
It's still violent, right?
See, St. James, do you know that
Yeah.
Americans from gun violence alone, almost
That
40,000
doesn't have anything to do with you. I'm asking Josie Gold, and you see,
but that
every
is no
time
point. That is no point. We are talking about
this is
something
between
else.
me and
About
Josie
Ukraine.
Gold.
We are going
Let him
about
answer the question, and then you can answer. You can talk. Let him answer
He's
the
already
question.
answered. What are you going
There
on
is a
about?
reason
Hold
why
on,
the
hold
question
on,
is
guys.
being asked.
Hold on. So let's see. Christopher Kane said, Afridamus report. Hush Puppy went scamming all over the globe. Show me a South African, Gambian, or Ghanaian who has done that. Good. That's a good question. Let's allow Super Duper here. Super Duper, welcome to the show.
Yeah, here we go.
Is this
First and
Ogene?
foremost, I'm not gonna be on here long. I just called in because
Yeah,
I got
we're
triggered.
about to close soon,
I think
anyways.
you have met your match now.
Yeah. Just give me a minute or two, please. Yeah, I'm just I was calling based on the triggering statement that I heard.
Yes.
And I was gonna say this, right? First and foremost, shout out to Josie Gold and all the South Africans that's representing on the show tonight. But yeah, Josie goes again saying, "Oh, Nigerians have to hold themselves to a certain moralistic high standards because they're and rated here, right?"
He
These
didn't
same
say
South
that.
African brothers, at a certain point in time, will be banging on Nigerians, going on about, "Oh, we ain't shit. We're going on across all across the face of the planet, destroying people's communities with our drugs dealing and stuff like that." Like, you man need to find a ground to stand on, in it. It's either we're great or we're not great. Now I'm gonna say this after the as what's going on in the Ukrainian borders between Ukraine and Poland. It's not only Nigerian
Wait, Brian.
students that are there anyway.
Repeat what you said.
They're look,
Brian.
hang on, Josie. Just
Please
hang on,
repeat what you
Josie.
said. I didn't catch you. No, please repeat it. Like you said
I
something about
said,
South Africa. What I said. Like I didn't.
I said, based on what I've heard from you and your fellow South Africans that you are representing in other shows, in one breath,
Are you talking about today's show, or you bringing an
No, go
old
ahead.
argument?
No. I was just Josie Goes is part of today's show, so I was just addressing him specifically. So what I was saying is that in one breath, you man are saying that Nigerians are so low on the totem pole in Africa's development that they don't even really necessarily have a say in. It's not necessarily a say, but they don't necessarily have a place in the conversation of Africa's development in the 21st century. And
Nobody
another
said
story
that.
in 2022.
Who said that?
These are like different. These are like from different shows. That's why I just
That
said
was
that real
another
quick
guy.
and
That wasn't
moved
me.
on with it. No, okay, so just forget about that. Forget about that.
Let's not do another show. Let's because of time. Let's focus.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. But look, first and foremost, we already know that Ukrainian are racist, man, innit? Polish are racist, man, is or is.
But why is the Nigerians, and others, moving there? They are fighting to enter Poland if it's so racist.
Look, let me tell you this, right? The priority of the Ukrainian people are the Ukrainian people themselves. The priority of the Ukrainian politicians, the Ukrainian people themselves. Racism is, whether it is a good or a bad thing, is subjective in hindsight. So if racism benefits you, you practice it. If it doesn't benefit you, you demonize it. But in this case, it benefits the Ukrainian people, but it's a tool that they can use to protect their own people, which is their priority. Africans should not take it the wrong way. It is racist. That's the only place I disagree with
wrong.
Afridemos.
So do you find anything wrong with them?
There is absolutely nothing wrong with this. We,
I just
as
wanted to
Black and African people all across the face of this planet,
Mhm.
you have to understand that other people have them people and themselves
Thank you.
as their priorities, and we have to focus on our problems as Black and African people and solve them.
Thank you.
Whether it be on the continent or in the diaspora. On the continent, most primarily, when people come on here and say that's racist or this racist, nobody gives a fuck, lads. You understand what I'm saying? Like, whether it be good or bad, it's all subjective. There is nothing on the face of this planet that is not subjective. You understand what I'm saying? But once again, the only point I would disagree with you, Afridemos, is that when you said it's not racist, it's actually racist. But in some cases,
But racism doesn't exist.
Racism benefits.
Racism doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
No. Tunaja, hold on. Racism benefits the people, so let them practice it to their advantage. Doesn't benefit us. Now, what I would say about the African students that are still on the borders trying to get to Poland. Let's remember, Poland is part of the European Union.
Before you go
Poland
on,
is part of the EU.
wait. Before you go on, are you implying that these, like Poland, they are just a racist group of people, and Ukraine, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the authorities are racist, isn't it? The authorities are racist. Trust me, I've only come across a lot of bare Polish man and woman out here. They're racist still. I'm gonna give. If you want me to give you a personal experience, I'll tell you that.
So what, like somebody?
If you want me to give you a personal experience, I'll give you that.
Sure.
So there was this girl, right? So there was a time when I first bopped into Ireland, right? I was working as an Eddie Rockets. So there was this guy named Kasia in it. There were two Kasias actually. One of them was a supervisor, and the other one was just a regular, secular front of house girl, right? And one day we got into a certain conversation for some reason, because I have a bass voice when I'm speaking. And it's quite tough to hear me if I'm not speaking out loud. So if I ever speak loud, she'll be like, Brian, you're too loud. Da, 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 da. And whenever I speak low, she'll be like, you know what I mean? Like she'll be like mocking me and stuff. And there was a day I mocked her language as well, and she didn't like it. Sorry, I mocked her tone of speaking, and she didn't like it. And then I laughed afterwards, expecting her to take it as a joke. And then she went, oh. And then I went, no, I thought to myself, I told her, like, I was just joking. And she was like, no, you're not just joking. You're just black. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's like a negative perception on black people.
Wait. So, but you're black,
no, but
right?
she meant it from a racist perspective.
No, but
she meant it from a racist
you don't know her
perspective.
intention. But you're black though, right?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with somebody pointing
But
out?
what I'm gonna
that
tell you, where
are?
I'm living at, what I'm gonna tell you is that being black, if someone refers to you as black, most of these people here, they mean it from a racist perspective.
Yeah, but how
they
is
mean it from
black a
racist
bad
intentions.
thing? How is somebody?
I know that
say-
because
Come
man have
on,
run
man,
around
the
and called me black
context
bastards
matters.
around
Huh?
here, bro.
So what you got?
No. In Europe, bro.
So you are in this person's mind. You know what?
Oh my God.
So
I can judge from hindsight.
But
That's what I'm saying.
But
No.
but if somebody say you're black, like what is wrong with that?
There
But
is
you are
nothing
black.
wrong. No,
No, they are not just
hold
stating
on.
that they
Tunaja,
fact.
hold on.
Tunaja, let the man
That
talk.
is why I'm
Tunaja,
seeing it in such a
Tunaja,
negative way.
Tunaja.
But you have
were
been
not.
talking all this while.
I am
No,
the
what I'm gonna
host.
say is this,
Go
right?
ahead,
What I'm
Ogane.
gonna say is this. I was judging from hindsight because when we make judgments are based on information that we've
So when
had
you made
from the
fun of
past.
her language, that is not racist.
No, my man.
I didn't make fun of her language. I said her accent.
Her accent. So that's not racist.
That's individual. That's not racist. That has
So
nothing to do with
her
racism
saying to
against the
you,
race
you're
of people.
black, you're just black. That's not individual either.
No, I'm just black. She's saying I'm black. It's not individual. My name is Brian. If she wanted to refer to me, it should have been like I'm just Brian, not just black. You get what I'm saying? No, she was being racist. After you know that. No. Hold on. What I'm gonna say is this.
So why is
let
it
me get
you?
to my
Wait
point.
a
and let's
minute.
just- so we can finish up the
Wait
show,
a
innit?
minute. You are acting like the FBA. You make fun of somebody's characteristics, they fire back, and you assume a victimhood position. This is a skinny.
Okay, let's explore the
is her
nuances.
name Natasha?
Let's explore the
What's her-
nuances.
what's her
Let's
name?
explore the nuances.
What's her name?
What I said
Natasha?
was, sorry,
What's her name? Natasha.
Kasia.
Kasia. Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I actually fucked her though. Let's.
Oh, so
No,
it
we
did not
fucked her.
stop you. Okay,
Super
so
duper ego.
No,
You did better than
we
Tunaja.
fucked a
you
few times,
did
man.
better than Tunaja. Tunaja is just upset.
No. Let me say this. After
So
them
wait,
said.
and you just lost credibility here. You cannot call this woman a racist when you in fact just told us you slept with her. So
No, I fucked up before that, innit? I didn't know that. I fucked up before that. You know what I'm saying?
So she obviously isn't racist enough, right?
No, she might not be a racist, but she's a hoe still. But let go on ahead because she has a boyfriend. She had a boyfriend at that point in time.
This
But
is
I'm gonna say
it's
this.
a family show. Don't forget.
Yeah. But what I was gonna
Let's keep
say
it
is this.
Okay.
Look, to explore the nuances of that situation, I judged her from an individual perspective, but she judged me from a group's perspective. But what I was gonna say is, look, Africans should not get too emotional with this. Even if it was in our country, we try to put our people first as our priority and to save them. And those African students that you see trying to run into Poland, they're trying to run into Poland because Poland is part of the EU. Ukraine is not part of the EU, by the
I
way.
know.
Most Africans' intentions when they go to the Eastern European countries is to get to the EU because it's closer to the EU. Via proximity to the EU,
Brian.
they believe that they have an advantage to get
Brian.
into the EU. So when you say the Ghanaian, Nigerian, and other embassies have gotten in touch with the Ukrainian embassies to offer advantage or help for immigration of their citizens out of the Ukraine, whether it be back to their country or to another European country, you best believe the reason why those people are staying in those countries because they do not They don't have any hope in their countries to run
Brian,
back to.
Brian, thank you so much that you kept it real and you
Oh no, I'm keeping it real.
you went straight for, you know, what we all know to be true, instead of other people dancing around as
That's
if,
the truth.
yeah, that is the
Them
truth. And
Nigerians,
I'm glad you said
they
it.
don't see any value in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Where he
They don't
Let
see any.
him
Look,
talk.
no,
Let him talk.
He's been talking.
Go ahead, Ogane, keep
And
going.
if you don't want me here,
No,
let
what
me
I'm gonna
leave.
say is
Because
this,
you
right? What I'm gonna
Tunaja, you
say
have
is
to
this,
wait
right?
for your turn. Let the man talk.
Them
He's from
Nigerians,
Nigeria.
Tunaja, whether you like it or not, you living in the UK. Them Nigerians, look, weeks prior to this, to now, the Nigerian embassy have issued out a warning to the Nigerian students, but they pay no attention to it. Why? They're not going to go back to their country, in their third world country, where is the order of the day is secessionist movement, flipping 24/7, no electricity, no running water, and flipping just chaos from a social perspective, whether it be in regards to economic or politics. They're not going to go back there. That's the reason those people stayed there. And now they've seen a channel to run into the migrate to Poland on emergency basis. Of course, they're gonna try to exploit that. You know what I'm saying? The only reason they're not going back to Nigeria or anywhere on Africa is because they believe in themselves that, look, we've run away from there. We're not going back there. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what's the point of going back there when there's Poland that we can actually hustle ourselves into, and it's part of the EU? Remember, if they get into Poland and they try get themselves any immigration advantage to become citizens of Poland, they've now got full access to the EU. You can go anywhere.
What's
You
wrong
can
with
go
that?
to flipping France, Germany,
Again,
Ireland. You know what I'm saying?
Tunaja, you asking what is wrong with it. We are not saying what is wrong or not wrong. We're saying this is what the situation is, and the Polish know this, authorities know this as well. That's the whole
You are
point.
supporting it. You are supporting it yourself.
Tunaja, whether I support it or not, it makes no difference. I'm in
Of course, it makes
America.
a big difference because you don't care whether your people get to a greener pasture. What you care is that as long as
Oh,
you
so
are in
it's-
America, it's okay for you. That is your problem.
Are you
You see the
upset that I'm in
difference? You see the
America?
nuances.
Are
Everything
you
else that this thing said, we all agree on that one. But
so
the difference is that you go further and say they should prevent them. It's normal. They shouldn't. You should be arguing for your people to get to greenner pastures. Because
Don't
that's all
worry.
they all do. They do it like on code all the time. But our people want to uphold the law. Our people want to be the UN. Seriously.
So
And we are also our people are so impoverished and we are all disempowered. And you're here talking about
I am not.
why our people should not head
Tunaja, I am not.
I think Nigeria should be banned from the African Union, man, for the embarrassment that they be causing us, man. To be honest, man, it's a lot.
What's Burkina Faso doing from the African Union, though?
We can
What's this
ban
man talking
Burkina
about?
too. If you want to ban Burkina, let's do it.
What are you base man doing for the African Union? Man, keep quiet, man.
Listen,
What are you talking about?
Brandon,
I need to leave. Bye.
Brandon, at least
Tunaja is upset.
Burkina is not talking
cannot
for
take it.
Africans, right? Burkina is not talking for Africa, right? The last time I checked, Nigeria want to talk for Africans. So that's what I'm basing my conversation on. I got
Okay,
nothing.
you know what?
against you.
Guys, hold on.
I
Let's
got
allow
nothing
guys.
against
Let's
you.
allow Carla. Let's allow
You
Carla.
understand?
Carla to speak to. Carla Junior, welcome to the show. Where you calling from?
Me?
Yes, Carla. Where you calling from?
Yeah, no, yo, man. I'm gonna start talking crazy. I hate when people keep saying I sound like Kala.
Oh, well, that's what you wrote, Carla Junior. Your name.
Nah, I
Are
didn't
you?
write that.
Yeah, it's right here. I'm looking at it, Carla
Oh,
Junior.
whoa! Who did that? What the hell? Wow!
You didn't write your
Why
own
did you do
name.
that?
What's your name?
It's a black critique. I called them the last.
Oh, Black
I called them
Critique.
live broadcast.
Okay, Black Critique. I know you got something to say. Go ahead. What do you want to say on this? What do you think happening to the foundation of Black Ukrainians?
I just basically want to give a comment to basically how there was a lot of outrage of what's going on in Ukraine, and the Africans there weren't being let on board, and
No, they're not just Africans. They're Nigerians. But go ahead.
Yes, well, I'm just saying if the same thing, let's say the same thing was happening in reverse, God forbid, in any African country, right? and you had a whole bunch of whites, Europeans there, and all the blacks was getting on whatever train or whatever plane, right? The stance that you're taking right now, those Europeans are not going to take that same stance. They're going to say, "Oh, look at this! This is reverse racism."
No,
You don't
no,
think
no.
something like that
It's
would
already happened. Let me tell you, I've seen it. There's been many wars in African countries. You know what white people do of any country? You know what
Yes.
they do?
What?
They come in and rescue all their people. And the ones that have money leave. Leave that enclave. That's what white people do. White people are not there looking
Okay, but not all white people
for
have money.
Africans to save them. That's
I'm
not what
saying
they are
in
doing.
that same particular situation, like you still have some South Africans, white South Africans that's been there for like 3 or 4 generations, right? And if let's say, God forbid, something's to happen in South Africa, and people need to flee in South Africa, right? And you have some Europeans there that's on a visa, and it's like, well, no, we're gonna get all the coloreds and the
No,
black
that's
South
not
Africans and the white
that's not
ones.
gonna happen. You know why?
No, I'm not saying. Say, just hypothetically speaking, if that
No,
was
that's
to
not.
happen,
It's not going to happen because you have to realize it's based just like Super Duper Eagle just said here. He gave the example like the reason, the intention is for people the African students, most of them, they want to move to Western Europe. So the gateway to Western Europe would be Poland, you see? So it makes more sense for them to do this. They don't want to go back to Nigeria or wherever they're from, the ones that remained. So the Polish know this too, but they have their immigration laws. It has nothing to do with race.
no, but okay, that's when they're in Poland. But the people that determine who goes on a train or not, or the Ukrainians, is not the Polish people. I'm just talking about the people in Ukraine trying to take the train to get to Poland. It's the Ukrainian officials calling the shots, not the Polish people.
Right.
That's the problem. That's what I have a problem with.
Why? Why do you have a problem with Ukrainians calling a shot in their own country?
There should be no problem because the Ukrainian embassy have established a type of negotiation with the Polish embassy. That's what we have to understand. There is no emotions in this.
Right.
This is a war going on
Well,
here.
that's the case. That'll make more sense.
You African people need to establish those negotiations with the Polish embassy as well, and surrounding embassies.
Like Nigeria eventually did.
Exactly.
That's what, like Nigeria eventually if Nigeria did, so now they are pulling out the people who have decided to leave. So what most of these people don't understand is they think just because you black, ordinary citizen, you can just go and say, I'm black, let me through. No, every country have protocols and your representative has to negotiate this.
Well, no, that makes more sense if Ukraine is acting on Polish interests.
No. Ukraine didn't do anything. The thing is, they are coming to Poland, right? So at the border there, like the video we saw, they were saying they're not letting the blacks go, but that is not true. That's not what happened. The people they can come to the border. They just, if you don't have like the European visa, right, which would allow you to go through. If you have it, they'll let you go through. If you don't, they'll just keep you there. So you contact your embassy. You see. So that's what they are doing.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I want to say one thing before I go. I know it doesn't have to do with the topic, but remember you did a video before about FBA, about Dionysus, about Dionysus and Kala, being racist towards the Guyanese guy, the guy from Guyana.
Oh, not racist. You mean when they were right?
Yeah. So yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
That's Black Creek. That's Black Creek. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Black Creek. That was you in the conversation, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
So I agree with a lot that you say, and I just want to add a little more context to it. I disagree with you when it comes to the how you critique me politically. But
Okay.
besides that, I agree with you 100% on everything else.
All right.
So
No
I mean, one day we want to do a show.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'll be glad to come on and explain that whole situation because, you know, Dinus had to do a whole apology tour because a lot of people were saying, you know, I'm going to unsubscribe because, you know, because he pretty much showed his cards on how he
Right.
really felt when, you know, when the rubber hits the road.
Right.
He showed how he really felt about Africans.
You know what?
And
I'll bring you next. I'll have to do a follow up on that topic, and I'll be more than happy to have you, you know, come up and we have the conversation because I know that conversation was pretty interesting. But
Yeah.
I would love to have it since you know you were the man up there, and I would love to have you on, you know, so we can talk about it.
Anytime. I'll put my email address in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
All right, bro.
All right, we have Dr. R. Dr. R, what do you want to say to this topic here?
Greetings, Afridamus.
Greetings, Dr. R. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I just want to give my thoughts on the situation of African nationals in Ukraine.
You mean
I just
Nigerians?
want Africans and Nigerians in general.
It ain't only Nigerians. There's some Gambians on that border as well.
Oh, we sent our people home.
I see some Gambian brothers on the border.
Don't. Okay, you didn't. You mean they're from Zambia? Go ahead.
Gambia
Go ahead,
with a
Dr.
big
R.
G. Gambia with a G. But
Don't start with me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. R.
Yes, I believe that the African students should return back to Africa with their skills and knowledge that they learned from Ukraine. And I also want to say that they shouldn't be complaining in a country like Ukraine because it's not like the other European countries like France or Spain where they are softer and give you asylum and whatever in those countries. And
Right.
it's quite sad. It's quite sad. I want to add another important thing. If you look at India, India is a piss poor country, but they send loads of planes to Ukraine to evacuate, what do you call it, their citizens. But the African governments has put it like this in the movies. You're on your own. To
No,
these African students.
Ghana, Gambia, Zambia. You know, they've rescued their people. Other African
No, but
countries.
Afridamus in general, the African governments are absolute. Let's be honest, yeah. I'm very raw and truthful about this. The African governments are useless. Like they
No,
are
but this time around though, Ghana did not show themselves as useless, or Gambia or Zambia. Only Nigeria this time around. But Nigeria stepped it up because after the videos came out, they definitely went back and started sending people out. And also, you have to remember, Nigerians, right? Nigerian government. Nigerians know their people. They know how they think. So that's why they gave the ultimatum to the people, you know, to leave. But then others made that, you know, comment. Now they send them a plane, several planes.
What I'm trying to tell you is, right, yeah, I understand where you're coming from but in general, African continent, the African governments includes my country, they're very useless. Like they tell their nationals,
you on your
you have
own.
to make it on you have to like either go to the border or these UN or aid organizations have to step in and pay for these tickets. You got these organizations and governments that help these nationals, and it's quite embarrassing. And you have these African governments that take the credit for it. They say, yes, we repatriate our citizens, but it was actually the UN and these European governments that were involved in bringing back these people.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think they figured, like the Nigerian government, they figured a lot of these people are not gonna wanna come. You know, they're not gonna wanna go back, as we are seeing. They want to make it to Western Europe. So in this case, you know, I think, you know, the government can get a little pass. They did all they could, you know. Like when I looked into it, they did do something.
Yeah, I'm about to go in a few seconds.
Brian, what did you say, Brian?
No, so I was about to go. I was about to log on in a few seconds because my battery is dying off.
Yeah,
So I have
actually,
to
I'm
log
gonna
on to
give
this
you
for the
guys last rounds here for your
Yeah,
closing statement.
yeah. So
Super duper, you go first, and you can respond to Dr. R's if you like. You know.
well, no specific response to Dr. R. But what I would like to say, like overall, the moral of the blah 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 is this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Those African students are not going back to their nations, to their home nations, are only doing that because they've seen an opportunity that they can exploit.
Right.
That opportunity is to go hustle themselves into Western Europe, part of the
Mhm.
EU. And when they do so, they can gain an immigration advantage to the rest of the EU, which is a big deal. Part of the EU I'm in now, so I know that being part of the EU is a big deal.
Yeah.
Other than that, look, the Ukrainians have established negotiations with the
Russia.
Polish government and their embassies. That's why they're being placed as a priority. That's the Ukrainian priority, is their people themselves. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's
Right.
no emotions to this. Racism can be always placed because when the Ukrainian border goes to the Ukrainian embassy, goes to the Polish embassy and says, you know what, we want our people to be prioritized, you can always call that out to be racist and you'll be justifiably and rightfully doing so. However, racism is a thing. However, it's subjective because in this case, it plays to the advantage of the Ukrainian people and the disadvantage of other people. So therefore, Africans need to understand, even if you have to be racist to be their own nations, you be racist to
You
be
know
their
what?
own nations and your own people.
I
However,
think they know. They just playing. They
yeah,
just
I think Africans
playing the
like to be
game.
silly and weak
Yeah,
a lot
yeah.
of
They like
times.
because
Like to
they
be
think.
silly and weak
Yeah,
a
they
lot of
think
times.
people would feel sorry for them. That's the truth here.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm trying to
That's why
say is this, right?
many don't like
No,
the not. Yeah.
no one will feel sorry for you. The amount of people, like non-African people, have trying to get into conversations with this
Mm-hmm.
over the past 1 week or so, and they don't care. All they care about is what's going on in Europe. Why? Because they're Europeans and they feel like it would affect them. Africans need to get into that
Exactly.
mentality as well. Do you
Man,
understand what I'm saying? Like,
man,
get into that
Brian.
mentality as well. Like, nobody cares about you. Go build your own nations and care about nobody else. Place your people as a priority and don't clown yourselves or anyone else. There's no emotions behind this. This is politics and this is straight up business for grown men and women. And no one will care about your emotions. So
Thank
that's
you.
just what it is.
Super duper. Part of your, earlier on, your racist story part. I didn't take that, but other than that, everything else, you've just stated facts and told the truth. Thank you,
It's
and
facts. So
you are always welcome here.
with that said, I'm gonna log off now. And let
All
me
right.
tell you now, Afidemos, whether you believe it or not, you best believe I actually smashed that girl, Okasia. She had a 45-year-old Polish
Okay,
boyfriend,
bye,
and he
bye,
was
bye. Go ahead, St. James. Last, yeah.
Hey man, I was just trying to repeat everything that this guy just said, and he just mentioned Nigerian, like I'm attacking Nigerians and all that. Like I said, in every situation you're gonna see a Nigerian speaking for African, whether that's the way they present it, that's the way it looks to us.
Right.
I don't know
Well,
what you
that's why
think.
when Two Niger keeps saying we are embarrassed, Africa. No, Two Niger. Let's speak on specifics because right now we're seeing the different countries, right? When Ghana flew in there, was Ghana looking for Ghanaians or they said all the blacks? All the different countries, Zambia, Gambia, are they looking for their own people or they looking for any stray person just
Do you
because
know,
they're black?
Affidavit,
That's not how it works.
Do you know how many people own jets in Nigeria?
Oh, plenty.
Come on now, this is not supposed to be an issue, bro. So when I talk about embarrassment, they took it different. Like, yo, you guys can kill this like in a second. You let the
Plenty of
international media
Nigerians have jets. You're right.
I'm like, I can kill that. Like, come on now. So you see, being like, I don't know, we're gonna leave that part out, right? But I wasn't trying to attack Josie Gold but every time you talk about some Nigerian doing bad stuff in South Africa, that's why I was trying to refer to his country because the crime rate is very high in South Africa as well.
Yeah.
South African killing South Africans, it's a real situation there. So
yeah, I'll have to look into the
Right.
crime rates there.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah.
You remember in 2010 they were trying to stop them from hosting the World Cup. You remember that?
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah,
yeah, that did happen.
yeah. So that's why I say the crime rate is very high for an African country. I don't know the dynamic that goes on in there, but we can't poke fun at trying to poke at Nigeria and your country. Has that kind of statistics. I wasn't trying to be personal about it, but I'm like, okay, you know what? You can address that for us.
We'll have to do a different topic on that, and
Right.
we'll allow the South Africans to come up
Absolutely. I
and
want them
tell
to
us
speak
what's
on
going
that.
on. Yeah,
I want them to speak on that.
yeah. I'll have to do research on it.
But let's for all these Africans that are listening, right? I just listened to Tunaja. He said we are powerless as Nigerians. We are powerless. So don't believe the hype. If Nigerians are going to be picked to speak on African issue, then we're going to have a problem with that, because every time they keep telling us Nigeria is a superpower, Nigeria has this kind of money. So, and turn around, you see Nigeria being punked in the West. That's not acceptable, bro. It's not.
I think
We are a small country, bro. We are a small country.
I think Tunaja heard. St. James, you ran Tunaja off.
No. Listen, which is it? Are we powerful? Are we not? I'm not
We'll have to bring him again. He ran away. But St. James, thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
I appreciate it, man. Let's keep it funny,
Absolutely.
Personal,
Yeah. Yep. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you like and subscribe to this channel if you're new here, please. Guys, that's what the conversation is about. It's not, we can agree to disagree, but at the end of the day, we would have great conversation, you see? So if you look at it, you guys saw Tunaja run away, right? And even prior to Tunaja, his sister Mimi came here to try to defend the indefensible. It didn't work. Magnesi also came and defend them, but it didn't work. GK said, I didn't see no racism. Exactly, GK. I'm glad GK saw through the smoke screen too. So I'm just calling it for what it is. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna leave you guys with, you guys know the closing music that we do here, the favorite music. But like and subscribe, and I will see you guys probably tomorrow. Tomorrow for sure. We'll have another great topic. Enjoy, guys.
Oh yeah, siempre se la peli esa actriz, pero ya vamos llegando al fin. Yeah. Somos felices a distancia, ya no aguanto tu fragancia. Tú no eres consentida, que la tienes merecida. Somos felices a distancia, ya no aguanto tu fragancia. Tú no eres consentida, que la tienes merecida. Cogiste la rosa y escupiste espina. Nunca será Nati ni seré tu tina. Gucci, Dior, baby.